Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
You're leaving gasoline all over the floor, and it's only a matter of time before somebody lights a match.
A Baltimore man accused of taking matters into his own hands, shooting two Squeegee kids he believed robbed his mother. The failures within city leadership that may have led to this shooting. And now the push to get back control. Good morning. It's Thursday, October 6th, and I think this has been the main event all week. We're actually going to see sun today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers in with your forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. And seeing some clear skies here, actually seeing the stars driving in this morning. That was definitely a nice change of pace. And the fact that the rain has not been with us either as we take a look outside right now. Our Towson camera looking right down York Road, mainly clear skies out there and temps that are chilly in the 40s and 50s here. Cockeysville at 49, 54 in Baltimore City down through Annapolis, and 51 in Chestertown. Weather story looks like this. Yeah, the rain is gone. Sunny and drier day ahead, and temperatures actually back to the 70s for the afternoon. Overall, your morning drive will be a lot easier and nicer this morning with dry roads out there. Lower 50s here over the next couple of hours, and on our way to highs in the mid to upper 70s for some of us later this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few. Taylor?
Now let's head over to the Len-Stiller Traffic Network for a look at your drive times. Everything moving clear this early in the hour, 8 minutes, 6 minutes, 9 minutes. Everything's moving smoothly. This morning, in a city in crisis, the Squeegee kid crisis in Baltimore City. A shocking accusation against a man accused of taking matters into his own hands after he says Squeegee kids stole thousands from his mother. Detectives say Jameel Dixon drove 3 Squeegee kids to Edmonton Avenue in northeast Baltimore under the guise that he could find them jobs. Police say instead he demanded to know who stole more than $2,000 from his mother and then pulled out a gun and began firing. 2 people were hit. A third managed to run away unharmed. The incident happened back in May. At 5 o'clock this morning, Olivia Dance will join us with the phone call that started to piece this case together. Fox 45 News has heard many stories of heated interactions between Squeegee kids and drivers. Our Mackenzie Frost has been investigating these concerns for months now. She joins us this morning with new data from police showing just how big of an issue this is right now.
Mayor Brennan Scott says the current laws on the books banning squeegeeing will not be enforced. This comes as we're learning new insight into the timeline of this problem that appears to be just getting worse. Police lights have become the norm at known squeegee corners around Baltimore.
We have a squeegee disturbance.
The intersection of Mount Royal and North Avenue, police scanner audio revealing the problem persisting.
Walked up to the vehicle and asked if she could help him out.
The mayor says the corners will not be cleared.
We all know the failure of clearing corners in Baltimore and their history. It's why we have a consent decree. What we will do is actually enforce illegal activity that is not protected by the Constitution.
Despite several laws prohibiting squeegeeing. Now, news of attempted first and second degree murder of 2 Squeegee kids shot in May. That's nearly 2 months before Timothy Reynolds was gunned down in the street at the intersection of Light and Conway. When Reynolds got out of his car with a baseball bat to confront Squeegee kids, Reynolds' family says damage to the vehicle. Now, a 15-year-old facing murder charges. Just weeks later, in August, an 18-year-old Squeegee kid killed on Gwynns Falls Parkway. New numbers from the Baltimore Police Department show how big the problem really is. From July 1st through October 4th, 651 squeegee-related calls have been made in the city. 166 of those coming just in the last 3 weeks. The latest instances highlight just how long these tensions have been rising between motorists and squeegee kids, while Mayor Brandon Scott continues to wait for the results of a squeegee collaborative, a group he created with nonprofit leaders, business professionals, squeegee kids, and people in his administration, meeting for the first time in public, but not allowing the media to record.
The young people said they don't want the cameras in there, but they got the elders is out there saying we don't want our windows washed.
And hardly allowing the public to speak.
I felt secluded, that this was just, you know, a show.
Police officers stationed at known squeegee corners. Over the summer, the department utilizing hundreds of hours of overtime to have officers sit there. After Fox 45 News first reported the deployment plan, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison going on the radio.
We can't sustain this indefinitely.
But so far, BPD says the deployment strategies are still in place. It comes after a pilot program launched this summer by the Downtown Partnership to put armed security guards at the corners. But the Squeegee kids remain, while the mayor works in a plan to find other options for these kids. When I went to that first Squeegee meeting, the deputy mayor who's involved in this work said that the public could expect to see a plan in the first 2 weeks of October. But now a spokesperson for the mayor's office says the plan likely will not come until the end of fall. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
There are laws in place that would keep squeegee kids off the streets. One law even states a person cannot stand in the road to solicit a ride, but Mayor Scott will not enforce them. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Despite those laws, Mayor Scott has said he won't clear squeegee kids off the corners. That brings us right to our question of the day. Are city leaders ignoring the squeegee kid crisis? Right now, 99% say yes, but we want to hear from everybody. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Former President Trump speaking out about the search on his Mar-a-Lago home, why he's shifting attention to drug smugglers. Plus, we're finally seeing sunshine later today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long it'll stick around.
.438 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. A clear start to your Thursday morning. Looking out over the Inner Harbor. Not too bad from our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. And you can see our temperatures statewide in the 40s in Oakland. Most of us are waking up in the 50s for Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore and into Annapolis. So definitely grab a jacket as you're heading out early this morning. And it will be cool for your run or your jog, but finally dry. Temperature staying in the 50s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast, including a cooler weekend ahead. We'll break that down coming up. Taylor?
In your national news this morning, former President Trump has blasted the Justice Department for raiding his home. He spoke in Miami at the Hispanic Leadership Conference, and Trump touted the accomplishments of his administration, like building the border wall, deploying troops to the border, and securing the help of Mexican soldiers and ending the catch and release program. He says the people most affected by illegal immigration is the Hispanic community.
Hispanic Americans understand that there's nothing compassionate about empowering human traffickers and child smugglers who extort, rape, abuse, and even sell migrants into slavery. We must once again make it an urgent national security priority to crush the cartels, show them no mercy, and to end their reign of terror once and for all.
Trump is calling for stiffer penalties for drug smugglers and human traffickers, saying the threat of capital punishment is not off the table. Turning now to your international news. Russia finding new ways to push its propaganda videos. Experts say they're using digital tricks to spread disinformation across the globe, evading the government and big tech company restrictions by moving state media watermarks that give away the source of the videos. The videos were created in 18 different languages. English versions are circulating on Twitter, as well as Gab and Truth Social. They blame Ukraine for civilian casualties and claim recently annexed areas welcome the occupiers. Since February, Twitter has labeled more than 900,000 tweets, identifying they're coming from Russian state media. The UN Security Council is split over how to deal with North Korea's ballistic missile launch over Japan. Yesterday's sessions ended with no agreement on the next steps. Russia and China are the key holdouts on this. They say North Korea was provoked by the U.S.-led military exercises. In May, China and Russia also blocked a Security Council resolution to impose tougher sanctions on North Korea. That, as the U.S. and allies warned the Council's inability to reach an agreement will only embolden North Korea and more undermine its credibility. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. The U.S. kicks off the new fiscal year with a staggering $31 trillion in debt. The record-breaking and wallet-busting numbers deciphered by a leading economist. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can always watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. A man accused of shooting two Squeegee kids raising questions this morning why investigators say he was out for revenge.
Not so sure you are ready for your next vaccine? I'm Liz Bonus. You can blame it on vaccine fatigue. We talk about it just ahead.
On the path forward, if you can't stand the thought of a fourth COVID shot or even getting a flu vaccine, you are not alone. Less than a third of those eligible have stepped up for COVID boosters. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares what some may think are behind it.
Hey there, everybody. If you are not quite ready to roll up the sleeve for your next shot, you could have vaccine fatigue. It's sort of the opposite of what Kimberly's doing here at this Ohio COVID-19 booster clinic.
They made the shot available, so I made that decision to get it.
Vaccine fatigue is the inertia or inaction to any vaccine information or suggestion right now, mainly due to burnout. According to the CDC, it's such a growing problem. In the last flu season, public health providers saw a big drop in both adults and kids.
The lowest flu vaccination coverage we have seen in children in the last 8 seasons.
In fact, a survey just conducted by the National Foundation for Infectious Diseases found less than half of us plan to get a flu shot this season, even though 7 in 10 of us know it's the best way to protect against the flu. More of us instead said we plan to wear a mask this season for protection. The problem, however, with that thinking, according to emergency preparedness specialist Krista Hyson,
we want to have the best, efficacy towards preventing disease as possible.
While masks are good for protection, vaccines are better. A study released overnight on the new COVID-19 boosters shows the shots could prevent about 90,000 U.S. deaths this winter, but only if more people get them. Researchers found if 80% were to get a booster, it would prevent more than 1 million hospitalizations in the next 6 months. But if boosters remain at the current pace, researchers say potential winter surges could bring a peak of about 16,000 hospitalizations, 1,200 deaths per day by March. Feeling fatigued? Kimberly reminds us getting sick is tiring too.
I just felt like it's my duty to do the most I can to try to sustain my life and live as long as I can.
Typical vaccine immunity cycles, kind of like the flu season. They usually have the best protection between about 4 and 6 months, and then they wane. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
COVID infections are at their lowest across the country, but in some regions, including the Northeast and West, those places seeing upticks. And medical experts say boosters are still the most effective way to prevent against the many variants of this virus. Still, health officials say not enough people are getting boosted.
I'm concerned. When we look at surveys right now and studies, what we're seeing is that there isn't a lot of awareness or interest in getting the booster, but it's really critical for people to get that right now while we're having a quiet time and a lull in activity. Before the next wave of activity comes, we need to make sure we're taking advantage of that booster.
And experts say we'll have a better picture of how effective this booster is as time goes on. And when you get your vaccines this fall, experts have some advice to make it go a little more smoothly. Hospitals and clinics are expected to be busy, so go ahead and make sure you make an appointment and be prepared to wait. Don't be afraid to give yourself a break after getting your vaccine and have some over-the-counter pain medication on hand. That can help with any of that discomfort. Finally, get your shots early so your body has time to build up a defense to the virus. Let's go ahead and check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast. Clear skies as we came in today. That's very good news for me.
Yeah, definitely,
yes.
Taylor, especially with the fact that we've had quite a bit of rain, more than 3.5 inches just since October 1st, which was Saturday. So we know we've been kind of soggy with all of that rain that was left over from Ian, but definitely some drier conditions as we look out from our Towson camera right now. Mile 1 Auto Group, nice clear conditions here this morning. Temperatures that are chilly. You'll definitely need to get the heater on in the car, at least temporarily. 54 is your temp right now in Towson. A little bit of a westerly wind, about 6 to 10 miles an hour. Here's a look at your Rise and Shine cast as you're up early with us here this morning. Numbers will stay mainly in the 50s. Sun comes up just after 7 o'clock and goes to bed at 6:41. Those daylight hours continue to shrink. So hanging out near the Bromo Seltzer Tower here today, 8 o'clock in the morning in the lower 50s. Great day for lunch outdoors. Big proponent of that, especially when by noon we're going to see temperatures in the lower 70s. And then as we head toward the afternoon, mid to upper 70s here with mainly clear skies. You'll see a few clouds here and there, but overall not much of an issue. In fact, the wind is also going to die down today. Now notice the average high right there, 72 degrees. So most of us will be near that average in the lower 70s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown. 74 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley over to Perry Hall and White Marsh. Mid 70s continue for Dundalk. Mid to upper 70s for Baltimore City this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 70s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, down through Annapolis as well. And you can see most of us along the Mid-Atlantic will keep that 70 train going here, basically from New York and Philly straight down 95 into Baltimore and D.C. for the afternoon. Now, taking a look at our temperature tracker, we've got a couple of days of above average numbers. Notice that big drop off on Saturday. Cooler air is coming in. However, we do stay dry for the weekend. And let's take a closer look at that here with our future scan. Again, staying dry this afternoon. Our next weather maker is a cold front. That's going to come in by tomorrow, so we'll be warmer ahead of that front. Behind the front, the cooler air settles in Friday night into Saturday. Now, it's a dry cold front, so we're not expecting any more in the way of precipitation, but we'll definitely see some of those cooler temperatures by the time we head up to Saturday morning and also Sunday morning. Here's that 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, 70s looking great today and tomorrow. We're back to the 60s, however, on Saturday. But Sunday, we warm right back up to the mid to upper 60s. Great for tailgating before the Ravens game Sunday night at M&T Bank Stadium. Back to you.
All right, a quick check of the Lens Solar Traffic Network. Look at your live drives this morning. Everything moving smoothly, not many cars out on the road, but as you can expect, things will pick up as people head to work. Let's get a check of your mass transit with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 401 and Penn Train 505, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for your commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, expect about a 10-minute delay in both directions of that service. Allow time for travel there on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link showing no delays on time service in both directions this morning. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Student loan forgiveness set to cost the country a pretty penny. How it could impact the state of the economy.
The biggest oil producers in the world say it's time to cut back. I'm Christine Frizzell in Washington with what this decision means globally.
Consumer news this morning, stocks slid ending a two-day rally. The Dow fell 42 points, the S&P dipped 7, and the Nasdaq shed 27 points. Retailers, communication companies, and banks were among the biggest drags on the market. Meanwhile, energy stocks gaining ground. The largest alliance of oil production companies, known as OPEC Plus, has decided to cut oil production back by 2 million barrels a day. They're going to start this in November. Now, national correspondent Christine Frizzau takes a look at the impact this could have here in the United States and around the world.
At the gas pump, prices had been falling, then ticking back up a few weeks ago. Now experts predict a rise of 15 to 30 cents a gallon. With the midterm elections, which will determine who controls Congress just 5 weeks away, a worried White House vowing to fight back. President Biden ordering the Department of Energy to deliver another 10 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Oil Reserve, already at its lowest levels in 4 decades. This July meeting with Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was supposed to help.
I'm doing all I can to increase the supply for the United States of America, which I expect to happen. The Saudis share that urgency, and based on our discussions today, I expect we'll see further steps in the coming weeks.
3 months later, the only steps taken have been backwards. The United States is not a member of OPEC Plus, which does include Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, the United Arab Emirates, and Russia. The group argues it is simply making a correction since oil prices have fallen from $120 a barrel in May to $90 now. While Europeans already struggling to heat their homes could be hit far harder, one big winner could emerge: Russia, despite sanctions from the West designed to cripple its economy. Oil and gas experts argue the move by OPEC Plus bolsters their argument for more domestic production.
To be able to use our own resources, to be able to produce here in the United States, that's given us energy security against foreign producers, some of whom may not have the U.S. interest at heart.
New concerns, though, summer prices at the pump will return for the holidays, with a rise in worries on Wall Street as well, as the politics of oil plays out, with some predicting Democrats could take a hit for decisions far beyond their control. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
In other consumer news, the U.S. dollar is now at its strongest point in 20 years because of the interest rate hikes from the Federal Reserve. A strong dollar also makes it cheaper to import goods, but it also makes it harder for American companies to sell theirs overseas. Now, that could lead to a loss of some layoffs, but there are still millions of job openings.
There's lots of room. I mean, job vacancies, there's still 2 jobs posted for every unemployed American, which is incredible. If we had some reduction in the jobs being offered, that isn't so bad right now.
A stronger dollar is good news for Americans traveling abroad, as they can get more for their money. On the flip side, it could discourage people from traveling to the United States. President Biden plans to cancel student loan debt for millions, but it could cost roughly $30 billion for the next decade. Now, that number comes from the Education Department. Over 10 years, the total will come out to $305 billion. The program cancels $10,000 per borrower, or up to $20,000 for Pell Grant recipients. People making less than $125,000 or married couples making less than $250,000 are eligible, but the plan faces several legal challenges and criticism from Republicans.
Fox 45 News has received documents saying a man shot 2 Squeegee kids. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain his motive, plus an expert weighs in.
And as an incidents with Squeegee kids continue, residents look to leadership for change. Why some seem to be at odds.
Well, we're walking into a brand new day with temperatures that are not too bad and the rain that is not here. We'll take a closer look at that forecast on Fox 45 Early Edition. Yeah, let's round it up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
4:58 here on this Thursday morning, October 6th, and Justin just said it. The rain is gone.
Finally.
I know,
it feels
right?
amazing. Can breathe.
It's almost like springtime again.
Something like
birds
that.
are chirping, worms are crawling. I mean, it's like, but no, it's not.
Let's go ahead and bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this. And no matter what you call it, it's good news.
Yeah, it is good news, guys. Yeah. And also warmer temperatures this afternoon.
We're out of England,
right?
Sun.
Huh?
We're out of England. No more rain.
England. Yeah, no more England, no more Seattle. Yeah, as we take a look outside right now, we got mainly clear skies here over the Inner Harbor. A good shot here from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam at this time. 48 your number in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. We're at 52 in Bel Air, waking up to 52 as well in Glen Burnie and Pasadena, and mid-50s in Elk Ridge. So, yeah, the rain is gone. Sunny and drier day ahead, and temperatures back to the 70s. So, going to add about 10 degrees from our highs from yesterday. And Mr. Bo says we are good to go. We got a green light now on your morning drive. It's a lot easier without that ponding on the roadways. Lower 50s for the next few hours. We'll top out in those low to mid 70s, and some of us will get to the upper 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. So is it better on the roads right now, Tom?
It is definitely better. There's still some construction zones you need to be careful about. They do have one incident, 895 Harbor Tunnel Thruway, right past exit 62. There's a vehicle collision there, but it's not causing any delays. In fact, it's not even marked on our map at this point. So other than that, roads are wide open.
5 o'clock, and we begin this morning in a city in crisis, and another shocking story involving Squeegee kids.
Police say a man shot at 3 Squeegee kids, hitting 2 of them after he says Squeegee kids stole thousands of dollars from his mother.
Well, Fox 45 News has heard dozens of stories about heated exchanges with Squeegee kids since the murder of Timothy Reynolds in July.
Now, the latest reigniting questions about what the city's doing to keep drivers and Squeegee kids safe.
That's right. In this case involving a man taking law into his own hands is now causing reaction from all across the city. We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning at a popular area where you often see Squeegee kids. Olivia, there's blame being placed just about everywhere, but especially on city leaders.
Yeah, Megan, that's exactly right. And Fox 45 News received the documents laying out what happened, and it all began back in May, right here on the corners of East Belvedere and Fenwick Avenues, when Squeegee kids allegedly stole thousands of dollars from a woman. The incident happening on May 17th, and then the following day, Shamil Dixon approached Squeegee kids at a different corner and offered them some money to help him move some items. The Squeegee kids then got into Dixon's truck, where he took them to Edmondson Avenue, flashed a handgun, and asked, quote, "Who did this to my mom? Who took the money the other day?" That's when Dixon shot at the Squeegee kids, shooting the 17-year-old in the head and the 23-year-old in the neck. The third kid escaped, and the 2 that were shot survived the attack.
A messed up scenario. The parents need to get more control of their kids. It's definitely getting out of hand. It's deeper than what we see on the surface. Yeah. A whole lot deeper.
Police learned of Dixon's connection to the Squeegee kids after he spoke about it in a phone call to his brother in jail, but it's still unclear whether the shooting victims were the same ones who stole money from his mother. But dozens of people have reported that Squeegee kids have stolen money from them in recent months, along with many reports of violent encounters with Squeegee kids. And Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute blames city leaders who have refused to remove Squeegee kids from corners.
When the system stops enforcing its own rules, that means that other people are going to continue to take the law into their own hands. And this could have resulted in 3 murders because the city is abetting such a vigilantism by not enforcing basic laws.
Presumptive incoming state's attorney Ivan Bates has said that the squeegeeing has to stop because it's not safe for the kids or the drivers, but current city leaders have refused to clear the corners. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. 5:03 now, and former prosecutor Thuru Vignarajah joined us live for Fox 45 News at 10 to discuss how city leaders should handle the Squeegee kids. He says the update in this most recent incident could have an impact on the civil case filed by Timothy Reynolds' family.
What it does is make clear that we are allowing conditions to persist week after week. Hundreds of calls, as you guys have reported, that have come in and nothing is happening. If the city ignores and turns a blind eye to a problem that is plainly in front of them, where hundreds of calls are coming in, when vigilantism takes place, whether it's the motorist or the squeegee boy that is taking matters into their own hands, there is someone to blame, and it's the city.
Coming up at 8 o'clock, Vignarajah will be joining us live here in studio to weigh in on the steps moving forward. In our 7 o'clock hour before Vignarajah, former prosecutor Kirk Nachman will be joining us live to discuss the latest incident.
Well, as we mentioned, Fox 45 News has heard many stories of heated interactions between Squeegee kids and drivers. Many of them start the same way.
I said no, and he started spraying the car and all that stuff. And they offered to clean my window, and I waved them off.
I rolled out my window saying, no, thank you, have no cash.
I said, I don't want my windows done. I'm all right. I said, no, thank you. And he just kept doing it.
Well, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost has been investigating the concerns extensively for months. You can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com, where she's put together a timeline of how this summer's problems have really unfolded and the hundreds of squeegee-related police calls since the 1st of July.
Fox 45 News has pressed city leaders on the squeegee kid problem many times in the past. Many of them have pointing out this is dangerous, not just for drivers, but also the squeegee kids themselves.
I believe this activity is unsafe, unhealthy, and beneath the greatness and dignity of our young people.
It is not safe for anyone in that scenario. It is not safe for the people engaged in the squeegee activity. It's not safe for the motorists. It's not safe for nearby pedestrians. It's not safe for anyone.
It's also unsafe for these young people to be out there. It's just plain and simple unsafe.
To City Council after we heard about this latest squeegee concern, asking, will you put pressure on Mayor Scott to release the plans from his squeegee collaborative quicker? How long will people in Baltimore have to wait before something is done about the problem? And for the safety of motorists and squeegee kids, should the corners be cleared immediately? It's been at least 12 hours since we asked those questions, and so far this morning, we have not received a response from any council member, but we, of course, will continue to seek answers.
Now, there are laws in place that would keep squeegee kids off the streets, but Mayor Scott will not enforce them. One law states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Despite those laws, Mayor Scott has said he will not clear squeegee kids off the corners.
Well, the presumptive next city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, has promised to use the laws on the books to prosecute squeegee kids after intervention efforts. However, former city prosecutor Jeremy Aldridge says there's not much Ivan Bates would be able to do as city state's attorney if the mayor doesn't support him.
He can't do it unless the police department actually issues citations. If the police department does not want to issue citations at the order of the mayor, then it doesn't matter what the state's attorney wants to do, because 2 + 2 won't equal 4.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. You see it there on the screen. Are city leaders ignoring the squeegee kid crisis? So far, 99% of those who have voted so far say yes. You can still weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
A family of 4 believed to be kidnapped is now dead. Still to come, the terrifying surveillance video capturing the start of this incident.
Temperatures starting off in the 40s and 50s, and the rain is taking a break for now. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with our forecast on Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:10 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Happy Thursday, everybody. Almost the weekend and looking out over the Inner Harbor with mainly clear skies right now. Sun still a couple of hours away from coming up, but our temperatures are not too bad, mainly in the 40s and 50s. You can see those on the right side of your screen. Yard and gardening cash, yeah, you can get back out there and cut the grass this morning. We'll see those temperatures rise to the mid to upper 70s as we head toward the afternoon with a lot of sunshine, too. Breaking all that down for you coming up in a few.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. 5:10 now and breaking overnight. The family of 4 believed to be kidnapped in Merced, California, have been found dead.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with the latest on the suspect's callous moves. Taylor.
Yeah, police say the bodies of Jasleen Kaur's mother, father Jasdeep Singh, were found tragically with their 8-month-old child. The uncle, Amardeep Singh, found in an orchard in Merced. They do have a suspect in custody this hour. The sheriff calling this a worst fear come true.
Circumstances around this, when we are able to release everything, should anger the hell out of you on how things went down. I told the other crew that was here earlier, there's a special place in hell for this guy.
This absolutely terrifying surveillance video capturing the moments police say the suspect, Jesus Salgado, seen wearing a hood and masked, armed with a gun, forcing that family into his truck and out of his trucking company. Now that mother, you can see her clutching her child close as she's escorted out.
You know, you really want to wish we were in the Wild West, you know, to take this guy out and string him up. But we have a judicial system. We're going to use the judicial system.
Here's a closer look at the suspect. Police say Salgado tried to take his own life before he was taken to the hospital, but he's up, alert, and talking. We'll keep you updated on this case, but that's latest here from the Live Center. Tom, Megan, back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. A motion now filed to stay all proceedings in the Adnan Syed case. Why Heyman Lee's family is arguing the judge violated the victim's rights.
But first, new video from the Anne Arundel Police Department from a recent police-involved shooting, the chain of events following the original call and leading up to the man being shot dead. 5:12 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
.514 on this Thursday morning, making your headlines. In Anne Arundel County, Fox 45 has received police video of a deadly police shooting in Harwood just last month. And we want to warn you, some of you may find this video disturbing.
Put your hands up! Drop it! Drop it! Drop it! Put it down!
Now, in the video, you see 48-year-old Anthony Hopkins walking out of the woods towards the officers on Sands Road. Investigators say Hopkins raised a gun in the direction of the officers. 5 different police officers fired and hit him. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Police say it was all in response to a woman who called saying her husband tried to strangle her. No officers were hurt.
In other headlines, the family of Heyman Lee files a motion to stay all proceedings in the Adnan Syed case. Syed was convicted of killing Lee back in 2000, but a judge vacated that conviction last month. Lee's brother says he wasn't notified of the hearing in time to attend in person. The Lee family attorney telling our Mackenzie Frost about the motion last week.
Giving someone a half a day's notice and expecting them to show up and speak without having heard anything about what this is all about, that's not really respecting the victim's rights.
Well, the motion argues the judge violated the victim's rights by not allowing Lee's brother to testify in person, but also maintains that Syed should be allowed to remain at home for now. Prosecutors have until the end of the month to decide whether to retry this case. If the stay is granted, prosecutors will not have to make that decision. A spokesman for Wes Moore's campaign says the Moore family has paid its $21,000 outstanding water bill. As first reported by the Baltimore Brew and confirmed by a Fox 45 record search, Moore's bill at his multi-million-dollar home in Guilford had not been paid since March of 2021, up until last night. Moore's campaign is reviewing the accuracy of the charges and have paid the bill, quote, out of an abundance of caution.
The Mosby family facing similar claims earlier this year. City Council President Nick Mosby and City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby went nearly a year without paying their water bill, ultimately paid the $900 bill March 1st. That's one day, though, after the story was reported by the Baltimore Brew.
5:17 now, and it is time to get a check of the forecast.
Yes, in fact, we get to go over to the Weather Center with some good news and a great meteorologist, Justin Chambers, delivering it.
Thank you very much, Tom. Megan, good morning to both of you, and good morning, everybody. On your Thursday, it is Friday Eve as we are almost to the weekend, and looking right now at our weather headlines, mainly clear conditions out there over the Inner Harbor. 51 your current temp. We're on our way to the mid to upper 70s for the afternoon. We actually hit the mid 60s yesterday, so it wasn't as bad, and that rain definitely started tapering off, but the rain basically is gone now with a sunny and drier day ahead, and then temperatures that will be back into the 70s for the afternoon. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, we're taking a look at that forecast, and overall not too bad. Maybe just a light jacket for the kids this morning, but no need for the umbrella or the rain gear. 50 by 7 a.m. Recess and noontime, we'll see those numbers in the lower 70s, and then a pretty much nice, mild, even warm afternoon if you've got some practices scheduled for the kids or anything you want to do outdoors, including maybe hitting the links. 58 by 9 a.m. Golfers finally seeing the courses drying out just a little bit. Lower 70s by noontime, and we'll keep those mid to upper 70s going into the afternoon. 72 is typically where we are this time of year, so we'll actually be slightly above average after several days below average. You can see across central Maryland, Westminster, Bel Air down to Chestertown in the lower 70s and mid to upper 70s across areas of Baltimore down into Annapolis. And nationwide, we're actually seeing warmer temperatures. Nashville down through Atlanta into Memphis, 90 in Dallas today. That's where one of the warmest spots of the country is. And then we've got some colder temperatures in the northern tier states and the upper Midwest. Now, as for our temperature tracker, we're going to stay above average here today and tomorrow. We'll see those numbers drop below average on Saturday, and then we'll see those numbers start climbing as we head toward next week. But the good news is we stay dry for the next 7 days. Mid to upper 70s today and tomorrow on your 7-day forecast. 63 on Saturday. That's it. It'll be cooler and breezy. Should be great for the Ravens game Sunday night, and then warmer temperatures on the way again next week. Let's check in with Mark Jones and the MTA with a look at our how things are going out there. Mark, good morning.
All right. Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 841 operating with a 5-minute delay, along with Penn train 505. Allow a little extra time there just in case. Out there on Light Rail Link, a 10-minute delay in both directions of that service. Certainly allow time for travel out there on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link off and running on time. No delays in either direction of Metro Subway Link service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Well, Fox 45 News continues to seek transparency from the Safe Streets program. We ask, is the mayor hiding something? His response just ahead.
Plus, says these violence intervention programs go unchecked, the death count grows in Baltimore City. Why the location of the latest murder is raising more questions. 5:20 your time.
522 in a city in crisis. City Council is demanding answers from the city agency implementing the Safe Streets program as the changes to management begin.
Now, their questions come after almost a year of Fox 45 News digging into the Safe Streets program.
That's right. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost has been leading that investigation. She's pressing the mayor for answers about funding.
There's more confusion about what money is going to fund the Safe Streets program. Given all of these changes that we know are coming, we went directly to Mayor Brandon Scott to ask what's going on. Homicides in Baltimore lower than this time last year, but the city is still on pace to surpass 300 lives, cut short for the 8th year in a row, and non-fatal shootings remain higher than at this time in 2021. At the forefront of Baltimore's community violence intervention ecosystem is Safe Streets, a program that's refused to open their doors and let Fox 45 News see how it works. After our relentless coverage of the program, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, taking to Twitter mere minutes after a Safe Streets investigation story aired on Fox 45 News. MONSE writing, "No ARPA dollars have been allocated to the administration of Safe Streets." But it wasn't always presented that clearly.
We're investing approximately $22 million in gun violence prevention.
Safe Streets front and center with the mayor while announcing federal ARPA allocations to MONSE.
Safe Streets.
So Wednesday morning, we pressed Mayor Scott. Mayor Scott, why won't your administration let us see Safe Streets? I just have one follow-up question, though. Is your administration hiding something when it comes to this program?
We're not hiding Safe Streets money because the contracts are all put out in the public. You can keep making it up in your head and saying it all over and over again, but they're publicly funded dollars. They're in the city budget. The contracts go through the Board of Estimates. If we have to give you guys a civics lesson every week, we might have to send you guys to Johns Hopkins University.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The mayor's newfound clarity comes after major management changes to the program and renewed confusion.
There's no confusion about Safe Streets funding.
I think there is a little confusion about the breakdown with how the money is being spent.
If you look at the city budget, Safe Streets is a city program. That money comes from city dollars to CBOs. That's always been the case. You can find it in the city budget book right online.
ARPA is funding the CVI expansion, though, correct?
ARPA is funding CVI work for other organizations and expansion in many ways. Yes, you're right.
According to MONSE's own website, Safe Streets is an example of a community violence intervention program. And it's unclear how the community groups that run Safe Streets spend their money, and questions remain about if Safe Streets actually saves lives. Can you point us in the direction of where that data is to prove that these programs are working?
Listen, I think you and I have had this discussion a lot. We've had Hopkins, we've had all these people, Dr. Daniel Webster, analyze what happens with Safe Streets, which is just one portion of the ecosystem. You can go find that anywhere. And you can see that, and you look at that analysis time and time again about the impact of Safe Streets.
That Hopkins study is from 2012. A review of the program has not been done since it's expanded from 4 locations to 10. And the internal review MONSE did confirmed what Fox 45 News had been reporting for months, that the data is inconclusive about just how successful this program is. While the cloud of confusion continues,
welcome Baltimore.
Shantae Jackson, the director of MONSE, now touting transparency.
In MONSE, transparency, curiosity, honesty, integrity aren't just buzzwords. They are the values that we live by.
While she refuses to sit down with Fox 45 News for an interview. While the mayor says Safe Streets is not getting federal money, his office recently announced $500,000 of the American Rescue Act money will be going to fund various community violence intervention programs. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Still to come this morning, continuing coverage of the ongoing issue of squeegee kids in the city, how a Cash App scam led to a kidnapping and shooting.
Baltimore city leaders are meeting today to discuss resources available for victims of crime. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain everything we can expect from that meeting. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning, we continue our coverage of an ongoing issue on Baltimore City streets, Squeegee kids. A man accused of shooting two Squeegee kids who he believed robbed his mom. Why some are pointing out failures in Baltimore City leadership.
Questions circulating how this incident may impact nationally known civil case surrounding the murder of Timothy Reynolds by a Squeegee kid.
Plus, the Squeegee kids and scams, what you should be on the lookout for to protect yourself. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday, October 6th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and of course, sunshine. Let's talk about that, right? We had the O's finished yesterday 1-1, right? They got 83 wins this season, and you saw the sun a little bit starting to come out at Camden Yards.
I was loving that, Tom. Megan, good morning to both of you. I love that we have a winning season, and now we can think about the offseason and, you know, look ahead to March 31st. That's the next game that the O's will have next year. They're starting on the road, but first week of April, they'll be back here at Camden Yards. Let's bring in our forecast here in our Mile 1 Auto Group cam right now, our Towson camera. Obviously, still dark. The sun's not going to be up for another hour and a half or so, but we will see the sunshine, and don't you worry. I'm going to show you lots of shots of the sun as we get up this morning, because you know I love sharing those with you. 40s and 50s across the state here as you make your way out this morning. It's a little on the chilly side, but the rain is gone. A sunny and drier day ahead with temperatures that will eventually get back to the 70s. Got a green light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Temps in the lower 50s for the next few hours. Again, dry conditions for your drive to work and or school. Back for your full forecast coming up in just a few. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Fox 45 News continues to cover the Squeegee crisis in Baltimore City.
A shocking accusation against a man seeking justice after he says Squeegee kids stole thousands from his mother.
Now, detectives say Zamil Dixon, seen here, drove 3 Squeegee kids to Edmondson Avenue in Northeast Baltimore under the guise that he would find them jobs or hire them to help him move items.
Police say instead, he demanded to know who stole more than $2,000 from his mother, then pulled out a gun and began firing.
2 people were hit and a third managed to run away unharmed. The incident happening, though, in May.
Coming up at 6 o'clock, Olivia Dance will be joining us live once again with the phone call that pieced the case together.
Altercations with Squeegee kids have been happening now for months. Earlier this year, a Fox 45 News employee became the victim of a Squeegee Kid Catch app scam. He said Squeegee kids grabbed his phone and then used it to send themselves hundreds of dollars. A Baltimore City Council addressing these scams during a hearing on Squeegee kids. Many of them said the responsibility is on the drivers.
Obviously, we've heard about the cash apps, that people have gotten, large amounts taken out of Cash App, and to those people who hand people their phones, don't do that, right? Like, don't hand somebody your phone.
Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders on how they plan to deal with this problem. You can find all of our previous reporting of these issues on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
5:33, turning now to a city in crisis, spiking crime in just a matter of 1 hour. 3 shot, 1 stab, 2 of those victims dying. This comes after 2 days without any homicides.
According to the Baltimore Police Department, officers were in the area when they heard the gunshots coming near the intersection of Edmondson Avenue and North Franklin Town Road. That was just before 2 a.m. yesterday. When they got to the scene, officers found a man who had been shot multiple times. He was pronounced dead right there.
Short time later, police said 2 men, ages 22 and 23, arriving at a hospital with gunshot wounds. Officers say the victims were also shot in that same area.
And now a spotlight is being held over the victims of violence. The Public Safety and Government Operations Committee will hold an oversight hearing along with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, known as MONSE, and the Baltimore Police Department.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from downtown Baltimore with what is expected to come out of this meeting. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, that's right. The meeting will be at 2 this afternoon at City Hall, and members of law enforcement and several city leaders will be there. Now, during the meeting, a report released by the Department of Justice National Public Safety Partnership Program will be discussed, and the team responsible for the report was tasked with developing an understanding of the existing services offered for victims of crime in Baltimore. And that report identified 4 areas of focus, which include the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety-led activities, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety Safety and Engagement-led activities, or MONSE, Police Department-led activities centered around the expansion of the Victim Services Unit, and then lastly, PSP-led activities. So leaders from all four of those agencies will be at this afternoon's meeting, and it'll be interesting to see if any major changes are made from that report. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. One of those areas of focus, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety-led activities. Fox 45 News spoke with Anthony Barksdale last week to hear about his take on the crime and the slow pace of progress.
Is one homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
One homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress, so I'm not arguing with you on that point. But -1 is a start.
Our Mackenzie Frost has done extensive research in the MONSE program and specifically safe streets. You can read more on those investigations right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
New statistics from the FBI show Baltimore is not the only city seeing a rise in crime. Data from 2021 shows the entire nation is seeing this. That report shows murders climbed more than 4% last year, with an estimated 23,000 in the U.S. Crimes against seniors up 10%. Some believe the numbers are really much higher because a recent change in reporting methods excludes data from the New York and Los Angeles police departments.
We want to have good answers, we want to have good data, but the sad reality is that this year's FBI report is not something that I think we can rely on to get a real sense of where things are.
Crime already front and center on the midterm election campaign trail. According to a new Politico poll, 3/4 of voters say violent crime is a major problem. 60% of them say that it will impact how they vote.
The U.S. keeping a close eye on North Korea this morning as we see an increase in missile launches over the past 2 weeks.
Taylor Stewart at our live center with the latest tests coming from North Korea. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. This morning, live broadcasting from North Korea, those 2 short-range missile tests splashing down into the water off their eastern shore. Take a look. Now, this is at least their 30th missile test this year. Over Japan Tuesday, North Korea firing one of its most powerful long-range missiles. In response, the U.S. is now redeploying the USS Ronald Reagan into the waters just east of South Korea in what the military is calling a move to demonstrate the allies' firm will to counter North Korea's threats.
We have made it clear to Kim Jong-un we're willing to sit down with no preconditions. We want to see the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. He hasn't shown an inclination to move in that direction, and quite frankly, he's moving in the opposite direction.
Now, just a few hours ago, North Korea's foreign minister releasing a statement calling the redeployment of the ship a serious threat to the stability of the situation in the Korean Peninsula. Of course, we'll keep you updated and continue to follow this rapidly developing situation and bring you those updates. Back to you, Tom, Megan.
All right, thank you, Taylor. A new witness being called to the stand for his former chief of staff's federal fraud trial. What's expected is the trial set to begin October 24th.
Plus, we are finally seeing the sun again today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long it sticks around.
5:40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock, opening up that live window. This is a beautiful shot here. This is the Bay Bridge, the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. It goes right across the San Francisco Bay. It's 2 o'clock in the morning there, but we are seeing temperatures there that are not going to be too bad today, and we'll actually have warmer temperatures here at home this afternoon with plenty of sunshine. We'll take a closer look at that forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Well, making our headlines this Thursday morning, Governor Larry Hogan will be called as a witness to his former chief of staff, Roy McGrath's federal fraud trial.
McGrath's federal indictment includes 8 different counts. He is accused of receiving a severance payment worth over $230,000 after voluntarily leaving his job. The former chief of staff also faces state wiretapping violation charges for illegally recording phone calls between himself and Maryland government officials.
Now, Governor Hogan has denied knowing about McGrath's alleged crimes. Statement from his office reading, over the last 2 years, our office has been actively assisting in these ongoing investigations. We are confident that the justice system will uphold the public trust. Now, this trial is set to begin October 24th. The Education Department claims President Biden's plan to cancel student loan debt will cost the U.S. billions of dollars over the next decade. Coming up, why the plan is facing several legal challenges.
And this morning, a closer look of the mark Hurricane Ian left in Delaware. Just how much of Rehoboth Beach is now unrecognizable. 5:42 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:45, and this morning we continue to follow the aftermath of Hurricane Ian.
Residents of Pine Island, Florida are keeping their spirits up despite the extensive damage to their homes, their businesses, their community after Hurricane Ian hit that area last week.
Yeah, thousands still without electricity, water, fuel. Many just feel lucky to be alive. Emergency responders, utility personnel have been working around the clock to clear the roads, restore the power, and rescue anyone that is still trapped.
Here's a look at what Florida's Division of Emergency Management has accomplished so far. Look at this. More than 34 million bottles of water have been distributed, 9 million meals. At least 500 generators have been installed, and more than 1.4 million gallons of fuel are now available.
And Maryland Task Force 1 is also on the ground in Florida, helping neighborhoods in the southwest part of the state. Crew includes first responders from Montgomery and Howard counties. In an interview with our sister station out of Washington, D.C., one of the task force members says the resiliency of the people of Florida is an inspiration to the entire crew.
Well, here at home, Delmarva Beach is being hit very hard from the storm surge.
You can see on the top right, that's the erosion at Rehoboth Beach. Complete sand cliffs were created as the dunes were damaged. Slope is now a drop-off taller than most.
The bottom right there, we can see a live look from Rehoboth Beach this morning. Much calmer conditions now as crews start to recover out there, but my goodness, it's been a significant cleanup process for all of them. We're finally getting away from the rain, the glooming weather. We're going to bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this and see if we're on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. And what we're talking about is a lot more sunshine for today and warmer temperatures as well. We're all reeling and excited for the fact that the O's actually had a winning season, finishing a couple of games above 500. Didn't get the win in the second game, but they won the first game yesterday afternoon, that doubleheader. And now we're just waiting for next year. And of course, the postseason is right here on Fox 45. Got the World Series coming up later in October. 51 is your temperature right now at BWI. A little westerly wind, about 3 to 5 miles an hour, but overall not too bad at all. And meanwhile, our Rise and Shine cast, as you grab that cup of joe and enjoy some breakfast with us next few hours, lower 50s is what we're talking about. Look at that sunrise, 7:07. It's going to be nice, bright, and sunny, and we can't wait to show you that here live and local on Fox 45 Morning News. So here's our high temps for the day. 72 is typically where we are. Some of us just slightly above average across Westminster and Eldersburg in Carroll County. Hereford zone in the lower 70s today. Mid-70s from Towson out through Perry Hall and White Marsh down into Dundalk for the afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties also in those low to mid-70s for Bel Air and Aberdeen over to Perryman up into Elkton. 74 northeast for your high later today. And up and down the 95 corridor, things looking nice. In fact, look at all these 70s. Great fall afternoon. Scranton over to New York City down through Philly and Baltimore into D.C. at 75 there. 78 in Richmond and Roanoke, so temperatures warmer in Southern Virginia. Great day to fly, pilots. We're talking about VFR all day. Sucks being grounded, but you know what? We're going to get back at it today with visual flight rules and overall not a lot of wind out there for sure. This is a look at your updated future scan. So 4 o'clock this afternoon, notice lots of sunshine, not a lot of wind. Now we are tracking our next weather maker, and that's going to be a cold front. That will change things up in terms of our weather for the weekend, but just mainly with the temperatures, a dry cold front coming through, so we're not expecting any more rain with this, but it will be cooler on Saturday morning. Saturday afternoon also, those temperatures will feel cooler, but it will definitely feel like fall, and then we warm right back up into Sunday and Monday toward next week. Here's an update on our holiday countdown, just 25 days out now from Halloween, 36 days until Veterans Day, and 7 weeks from today, my favorite holiday, Thanksgiving. That's right. Turkeys are going to be flying. Terrence the turkey is dancing around right there. All right, here's our 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, numbers stay above average both today and tomorrow, and then dropping off pretty significantly. Saturday, only 63 for a high after we wake up in the 40s. Should be great tailgating weather on Sunday afternoon. Remember, the Ravens play Sunday night at M&T Bank Stadium. 67 for a high there, and then warmer numbers as we head into Monday and Tuesday of next week. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your lens solar traffic network here. You see some of the fog and the haze right here in this shot. We do have an accident 895 northbound where the right shoulder is blocked, but everywhere else looking pretty good. The camera's not showing the incident at all, though. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Thursday morning, Mark.
Well, good Thursday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 843, both with 5-minute delays. The other trains look good for the start. Light Rail Link has a 10-minute delay in both directions of Light Rail Link service. Allow time for travel there. Metro Subway Link starting the commute with on-time service in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, take a look at this video that was caught on camera. A wild turkey, maybe Terrence, breaks into a house. Check this out. Police in Miami Township, Ohio, working to pull A turkey there out of a home that it had just broken into. You can see the wings flapping in the background there. In the video, you can actually hear the homeowner saying they feel bad for the turkey, concerned it might have gotten hurt. An officer tried to remove the turkey from the home, but that turkey wanted to leave on its own terms. It broke free, flying right back out the window that it actually broke into. It came right through the window, went right back out. No word on if the turkey was hurt. I'm sure a little stunned. Pretty big turkey, too.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, it's a pretty good size. You can see that on the table. Look, see the officers walking it out. Gets it just about out. Nope, turkey goes. All right, so
going this way.
Everyone's safe. The room is destroyed. Look at how much damage that turkey did. City leaders are speaking out on safety concerns throughout the city. Why the recent violent incidents with Squeegee kids is sparking these calls.
The Federal Reserve's fight against inflation here in the U.S. has ripple effects around the world. I'm Atra Al-Nashar with what you should know about the rise of the dollar.
It is 5:54 in your consumer news this morning. The Federal Reserve's fight against inflation is showing up in higher interest rates, making it more expensive to borrow debt.
Yeah, the Fed's moves also mean the U.S. dollar is gaining strength, which has ripple effects all around the world. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has a look at what a strong dollar also means for us Americans.
The world's reserve currency is soaring, the U.S. dollar at its strongest point in 20 years. Value ballooning as the Federal Reserve raises interest rates. Peterson Institute's Joseph Gagnon.
That makes U.S. financial assets, bank deposits, bonds, more attractive to foreigners.
Investors fearing a global recession, seeking safety in the dollar's ability to hold up during tough times. The strong dollar is a boon for Americans traveling abroad as they can get more for their money. On the flip side, it could discourage people from traveling to the United States. There are also trade-offs for imports and exports. A strong dollar makes it cheaper to import goods, which could help with inflation here in the U.S. At the same time, it's tougher for American companies to sell their products overseas. In the past, a strong dollar has also been a headwind for agricultural exports and American manufacturers. While that could affect American jobs, Gagnon points out that might bring some balance to the tight labor market.
There's lots of room. I mean, job vacancies, there's still 2 jobs posted for every unemployed American, which is incredible. If we had some reduction in the jobs being offered, that isn't so bad right now.
It could help lower inflation and keep the Fed from inflicting more of what it calls necessary pain.
We are moving our policy stance purposefully to a level that will be sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2%.
But not so restrictive that it slows the U.S. into a recession and the rest of the world, too, as it stretches to keep up with the rising dollar. In Washington, I'm Atrel Nashar reporting.
5:56. President Joe Biden's plan to cancel some student loan debt for millions could cost roughly $30 billion per year for the next decade. That number comes from the Education Department. More than 10 years, though, the total will come out to be $305 billion. The program canceled $10,000 per borrower, up to $20,000, though, for Pell Grant recipients. People making less than $125,000 are married couples. Making less than $250,000 are eligible. The plan faces several legal challenges and criticism from Republicans.
The White House went on a full-scale pressure campaign to prevent OPEC Plus from slashing oil production, according to CNN. The campaign, which involved pressing the oil cartel's Middle East allies to convince OPEC to steer clear of such cuts, was unsuccessful. Yesterday, OPEC Plus opted to slash by 2 million barrels, going back on past pledges to modestly increase. The White House is publicly taking a wait-and-see approach.
We haven't seen any dramatic shifts in the price of oil. It's still coming in around $90 a barrel. So we're going to have to see how this plays out over the long term.
Russia is a member of OPEC Plus, and according to reports, Moscow's main negotiator in the group was on hand at the meeting announcing the cuts. Biden had previously released millions of barrels of oil from the strategic reserve to stabilize gas prices.
Well, now on the path forward, Dr. Anthony Fauci wishes he was more careful on the messaging during the COVID pandemic. Washington Post health reporter asked Fauci Tuesday if he would have done anything differently given the sensitive nature of COVID information. This is what Fauci had to say.
No one's perfect. Certainly I am not. When I go back in the early months, I probably should have tried to be much more careful in getting the message to repeat the uncertainty of what we're going through.
Now, Fauci went on to discuss how the rapidly evolving nature of this pandemic played a role, saying a guideline may be made 1 month, but then new data later could show it was an optimal choice. Fauci also recently lamenting and blaming government's unwillingness to embrace commercial involvement in this pandemic.
FOX45 News received documents saying a man shot 2 Squeegee kids. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain his motive, plus an expert weighs in.
I mean, nothing is changing. There's a lot of talk. There's some discussion behind closed doors, but there's no action.
Just ahead, why city leaders saying there will not be much change no matter who's in charge.
Stepping into a brand new day with temperatures that are not too bad right now, but the sun comes out later today. That's what a lot of folks are excited about. We'll break it all down on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6 o'clock on this Thursday, October 6th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this morning, but the sun is in. And finally, my goodness.
Yeah, just about an hour, we'll start seeing the sun here, hopefully the first time in what, like 3 months?
Days. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us.
That's what it feels like, Tom. Yeah. Megan, good morning to both of you. I know we're all kind of waterlogged.
Only 4 days, right?
Yeah, it's been since last Friday, really. I mean, so it's been almost 5 days, 6 days, whatever you want to say. Either way, we are nice and clear this morning. The rain is not an issue as we look out over M&T Bank Stadium. You can see Camden Yards there in the bottom right corner of your screen. The O's finishing with the winning season and the Ravens back at home on Sunday night. 49, your temp in Cockeysville right now. We're at 48 in Towson. Good morning to you. Rosedale also in the upper 40s out through Essex and Middle River. Morning commute looks like this. Most of us will stay in the lower 50s here, but dry conditions as you head out on the road. So that is definitely a change from what we've seen. And how about this number? 65 yesterday, mid to upper 70s for the afternoon. Those temperatures actually slightly above average. And about an hour from now, we'll be showing you those sunrise shots live and local right here on Fox 45. All right, Tom, hopefully better on the roads this morning with the fact that it's dry.
Yes, much better because the weather's a lot better here for your morning commute. In fact, really the only incidents that are discussed throughout the entire area, just over the Bay Bridge, there's one incident heading eastbound, and that's causing a slight delay if you're heading in that direction.
6:01, and we begin this morning in a city in crisis and another shocking story involving squeegee kids.
Now, police say a man shot at 3 squeegee kids, hitting 2 of them after he says the squeegee kids ended up stealing thousands of dollars from his mother.
Fox 45 News has heard dozens of stories about heated exchanges with squeegee kids since the murder of Timothy Reynolds in July.
This latest is reigniting questions about what the city's doing to keep drivers and squeegee kids safe.
This morning, this case involving a man taking the law into his own hands is causing reaction from all across the city. We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning at a popular area where you often see squeegee kids. Olivia, there's been blame being placed just about everywhere, but especially on city leaders.
Yeah, Megan, that's exactly right. And Fox 45 News received the documents laying out what happened. And it all began back in May right here on the corner of East Belvedere and Fenwick Avenues when squeegee kids allegedly stole thousands of dollars from a woman. The incident happening on May 17th. And then the following day, Shamil Dixon approached squeegee kids at a different corner and offered them money to help him move some items. The squeegee kids got into Dixon's truck where he then took them to Edmondson Avenue, flashed a handgun and asked, quote, "Who did this to my mom? Who took the money the other day?" That's when Dixon shot at the squeegee kids, shooting the 17-year-old in the head and the 23-year-old in the neck. The third kid escaped, and the 2 that were shot survived the attack.
It's a messed up scenario. The parents need to get more control of their kids. It's definitely getting out of hand. It's deeper than what we see on the surface. Yeah, a whole lot deeper.
Police learned of Dixon's connection to the squeegee kids after he spoke about it in a phone call to his brother in jail, but it's still unclear whether the shooting victims were the same ones who stole money from his mother. But dozens of people have reported that squeegee kids have stolen money from them in recent months, along with many reports of violent encounters with squeegee kids. Now, Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute blames city leaders who have refused to remove squeegee kids from corners.
When the system stops enforcing its own rules, that means that other people are going to continue to take the law into their own hands. And this could have resulted in 3 murders because the city is abetting such a vigilantism by not enforcing basic laws.
Now, presumptive incoming state's attorney Ivan Bates has said that the squeegeeing has to stop because it's not safe for both the kids and the drivers. But current city leaders have refused to clear the corners. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Former prosecutor Vignaraja will be joining us live on Fox 45 News. He joined the Fox 45 News at 10 last night to discuss how city leaders should handle squeegee kids. He says it's important to focus on short-term solutions.
For the first 30 days, there's nothing wrong with engaging them and trying to give them jobs and opportunities that will get them off the street. And some of the kids want exactly that. But there's a number that will only respond to enforcement, and the mayor and the state's attorney have to come out publicly and make it clear that that is a priority for them. They can't point fingers at one another. They can't point fingers at the motorists. They took the charge of responsibility to do something. And if they don't, you're leaving gasoline all over the floor, and it's only a matter of time before somebody lights a match.
Coming up at 8 o'clock, Vignaraja will join us live in studio, weighing in on the steps moving forward. And in an hour, former prosecutor Kurt Nachman will be joining us live to discuss how this latest incident will impact other cases involving squeegee kids.
As we mentioned, Fox 45 News has heard many stories of heated interactions between squeegee kids and drivers, and many of them start the same way.
I said no, and he started spraying the car and all that stuff. And they offered to clean my window, and I waved them off.
I rolled out my window saying, "No, thank you, have no cash."
I said, I don't want my windows done. I'm all right.
I said, "No, thank you," and he just kept doing it.
Well, Fox 45 News has pressed city leaders on the Squeegee Kid problem many times in the past. In fact, many of them pointing out this is dangerous, not just for drivers, but for Squeegee kids themselves.
I believe this activity is unsafe, unhealthy, and beneath the greatness and dignity of our young people.
It is not safe for anyone in that scenario. It is not safe for the people engaged in the squeegee activity. It's not safe for the motorists. It's not safe for nearby pedestrians. It's not safe for anyone.
It's also unsafe for these young people to be out there. It's just plain and simple unsafe.
Fox 45 News sent more questions to City Council after we heard about this latest squeegee concern, asking, will you put pressure on Mayor Scott to release the plans from his squeegee collaborative quicker? Plus, we asked, how long will people in Baltimore have to wait before something is done about the problem? And for the safety of motorists and squeegee kids, should the corners be cleared immediately? It's been about 12 hours since we asked those questions, and so far this morning we have not received a response from any council member, but of course we will continue to seek answers.
Now, there are laws in place that would keep squeegee kids off the streets, but Mayor Brandon Scott will not enforce them. One law states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Despite those laws, Mayor Scott has said he will not clear squeegee kids off the corners.
The presumptive next city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, has promised to use the laws on the books to prosecute squeegee kids after intervention efforts. However, former city prosecutor Jeremy Eldridge says there is not much Ivan Bates would be able to do as city state's attorney if the mayor does not support him.
He can't do it unless the police department actually issues citations. If the police department does not want to issue citations at the order of the mayor, then it doesn't matter what the state's attorney wants to do, because 2 + 2 won't equal 4.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Are city leaders ignoring the squeegee kid crisis? As you see on the bottom there, so far 99% of those who have voted say yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Temperatures are not too bad right now. We are seeing sun later today and a lot more of that. We'll be taking a closer look coming up. 6:10 is your time right now. Opening up the live window here. This is a look at Times Square, which is very quiet this morning. First ball drop in Times Square was 1907. 50 million people a year visit Times Square. And I got to tell you, when we were there a couple of years ago, my wife and I looked up. She said, that ball's not very impressive because it looks smaller. It looks bigger on TV. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with our forecast here, including that big ball and that sun that's coming out later today, coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 6:10 and breaking overnight. The family of 4 believed to be kidnapped in Merced, California, are found dead.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is joining us live from our live center this morning. Taylor.
We're learning the worst, really. We want to take a look here at this family of 4, Jasleen Deep, Ahmad Deep, and their 18-month-old child. Their uncle, Ahmad Deep, is well found in an orchard in Merced. They have a suspect in custody this hour. The sheriff's office is calling this their worst fear come true.
Circumstances around this, when we are able to release everything, should anger the hell out of you on how things went down. I told the other crew that was here earlier there's a special place in hell for this guy.
Look at this video, absolutely terrifying surveillance video coming, showing the moments police say the suspect, Jesus Salgado, wearing a hood and a mask, armed with a gun, forcing the family out of his trucking company and into a nearby truck. Jasleen is seen clutching her child as she's being forced out of that building.
You know, you really want to wish we were in the Wild West, you know, to take this guy out and string him up. But we have a judicial system. We're going to use the judicial system.
Take another look here at the suspect. Police say Salgado tried to take his own life before police got him in custody, but he is in the hospital this hour. He's alert. He's speaking. We'll give you the very latest here from the live center. Tom, Megan, back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Police released multiple body camera videos of a deadly police shooting. Just ahead, we want to warn you, part of that video we're going to show you is disturbing in what the footage reveals.
The Waukesha parade attack suspect creating chaos in the courtroom. Just ahead, the plan to push forward despite the disruptions. 6:12 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:15 and making your headlines this morning in Anne Arundel County. Fox 45 received police video of a deadly police shooting in Hardwood that happened last month. Now, we want to warn you, some may find this video disturbing.
Put your hands up! Drop it! Drop it! Drop it! Put it down! Drop it! Drop it!
Now, in the video, you see 48-year-old Anthony Hopkins walking out of the woods right toward officers on Sands Road. You hear them yelling, "Drop it." Investigators say Hopkins raised a gun in the direction of the officers. 5 different police officers fired at him. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Police say it was all in response to a woman who had called saying that her husband tried to strangle her. No officers were hurt.
The family of Hayman Lee filed a motion to stay all proceedings in the Adnan Syed case. Syed was convicted of killing Lee back in 2000, but a judge vacated that conviction last month. Lee's brother says he wasn't notified of the hearing in time to attend in person. The Lee family attorney telling our Mackenzie Frost about the motion last week.
Giving someone a half a day's notice and expecting them to show up and speak without having heard anything about what this is all about. That's not really respecting the victim's rights.
The motion argues the judge violated the victim's rights by not allowing Lee's brother to testify in person, but also maintains that Syed should be allowed to remain at home for now. Prosecutors have until the end of the month to decide whether to retry the case. If the stay is granted, prosecutors will not have to make that decision. Well, opening statements are expected to begin this morning in the trial against the Waukesha parade attack suspect.
Yeah, just yesterday, authorities had to remove Darrell Brooks again from the courtroom for disrupting court. He's accused of killing 6 people or hurting dozens more with a vehicle at the city's Christmas parade last year. Brooks representing himself in trial. He was sent to another courtroom for the 3rd day in a row after repeatedly interrupting the judge.
I'm directing the bailiffs to remove him to the other courtroom. I've provided ample opportunity for Mr. Brooks to abide by the simple rules of decorum and civility.
Your Honor, I don't consent or agree to what you are doing.
Your lack of consent is noted for the record.
Brooks requested an adjournment, saying that he is under COVID-19 protocol. The judge said that she will not delay the start of the trial.
Well, more than 1 week since Ian made landfall, and Floridians this morning still picking up the pieces. President Biden got a first-hand look at the devastation left by Ian in southwest of Florida. Biden surveying the damage by helicopter and then on foot. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis joining Biden on Fisherman's Wharf, where homes and businesses just lay in piles of ruins. The pair set aside their political differences to focus on getting people the help they need.
Jill and I have had you all in our prayers, and I mean that sincerely. And we're here today because we wanted to tell you in person that we're thinking of you, and we're not leaving. We're not leaving until this gets done. I promise you that.
I think one of the things that you're seeing in this response, we are cutting through the bureaucracy. We are cutting through the red tape, and that's from local government, state government, all the way up to the president. So we appreciate the team effort.
Well, FEMA says the cost of rebuilding has not been fully calculated yet, but it's expected to run into the billions, making it one of the most costly disasters ever in the U.S.
And after nearly a week of rain due to the impacts of Ian here, we're finally seeing some sunshine today. We're going to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers in that forecast.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I went to bed last night. I felt like it was Christmas Eve because I knew what was coming today. Yeah, and I was so excited when I woke up. I'm like, oh my God, I can't wait to show everybody the sunrise this morning because it was nice, you know. And look, we get spoiled here. We've got pretty decent weather for the most part here in central Maryland, and we've been stuck under that cloud cover basically since Friday. And obviously not nearly as bad as all those folks in Florida and South Carolina and up and down the East Coast. But, you know, we get socked in with that rain, and we want to see that sun return. So here's our Towson camera. I'll step out so you can take it all in. That nice morning glow here this morning from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Sun coming up here just a little bit after 7 o'clock. 50 is your current temperature in Towson. You'll still need at least a light jacket as you step out this morning. And as you get the kids out to the bus stop, beep, beep, no need for rain gear anymore, but definitely want to have at least a light jacket this morning with temperatures staying in the lower 50s, even some upper 40s. But 71 by noontime and recess. And when you pick them up this afternoon, if you got practices and outdoor activities scheduled this afternoon with the kids, we're talking mid to upper 70s. Hank the Bird, he's excited about that. Yeah, he's also excited about the fact that the Orioles have a winning season for the first time in 6 years. That's very exciting for sure. But season's done now, and now we got to focus on the Ravens. Of course, they got a game Sunday night at M&T Bank Stadium. But temperatures mainly in the low to mid and upper 70s. 72 is the average for this time of year. So some of us will be right near that number for Westminster and Bel Air. Others will be a little bit above average. Cockeysville down through Baltimore at 77. 72 your high today in Annapolis. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, you can do that. In fact, the next couple of days, we got 3 greens across the board. So definitely clean them up here with dry weather on the way. Here's our future scan. So taking you through the afternoon. Look at that. Lots of sunshine. We'll see a few clouds roll in late tonight and early tomorrow. There is a cold front coming through tomorrow afternoon. Before that arrives, we'll actually warm up, and then the colder air will filter in Friday night into Saturday morning. So it will be chilly Saturday morning. There's no doubt about that. And we will be cooler for the weekend. But it is a dry cold front. We're not expecting any more rain with that as we head toward the weekend. Shout out to Caroline D. Brooks Robinson. That is a good looking doggy right there. Just kind of chilling on the couch. I love that. Back to our Furcast pet pics if things have calmed down a little bit. So keep them coming. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Would love to have your pets on TV, and we'll put them on just like that. Hey, there's that Ravens helmet. Yeah, because Sunday night football will be here at M&T Bank Stadium. The Bengals are in town. 77 today. We'll be in the upper 70s on Sunday. Great tailgating weather in the afternoon, and then it will be cool that night. And then we keep those temperatures near average into early next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. And you see the map. One thing that's not indicated on this map is a disabled vehicle on Francis Scott Key Bridge. That's the inner loop here. So if you're going southbound on the bridge there, you're going to see that on the right-hand side. Car looks like it, according to the flashing lights, the police that are there, looks like it broke down right after you lose the shoulder on the bridge. So they're blocking that one lane. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 845 and Brunswick train 874, operating with 5-minute delays for the start. Allow time for travel there. Light Rail Link working with a 20-minute delay on that service. Certainly allow time in your travels out there on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link showing on-time service in both directions. No delays or problems. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Public records show Democratic candidate for governor Wes Moore way behind on bills. How long it's been since the last water payment and how much is owed.
After a dramatic U-turn decision to withdraw Elon Musk's deal to buy Twitter, it's back on. Just ahead, why they're still expected, though, to go to trial.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 6:25 and developing now. A spokesman for Wes Moore's campaign says the Moore family has paid its $21,000 outstanding water bill. As first reported by the Baltimore Brew and then confirmed by a Fox 45 News records search, Moore's bill at his multi-million-dollar home in Guilford hadn't been paid since March of 2021 up until last night. Moore's campaign is reviewing the accuracy of the charges and have paid the bill, quote, out of an abundance of caution. In your consumer news this morning, the judge presiding over the legal battle between Twitter and billionaire Elon Musk says that she expects the trial to move forward.
That's despite a reversal from Musk, who says he will now proceed with the original agreement to buy the social media platform. Judge says neither of the parties have filed a stay with the court, so she's pressing ahead with this trial. Musk tried to back out of the purchase earlier this year, claiming Twitter's data was, well, false, but Twitter sued to force him back to complete the deal. Musk is scheduled to be deposed this week, and the trial is set for the 17th.
Interesting to see what will happen there. Well, the sunshine finally returns today with warmer temperatures. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know what to expect for the weekend.
Baltimore City leaders are meeting today to discuss resources available for victims of crime. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain everything we can expect from that meeting. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Thursday, October 6th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. The smell of blueberry bagels wafting in the studio right now.
Yeah.
You smell that? It smells great,
I
right?
do smell it.
Sun is rising. I mean, if you look at the Ocean City cameras right here, we see the sun starting to come up over, well, peaking around the corner of the horizon.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with what it's going to feel like.
Why don't we have more bagels in here? We should. I thought that was going to be a thing today.
I was hoping so.
I don't know, me too. So yeah, we are definitely seeing nice conditions this morning, guys. It's a little chilly, but not as cold as we've been. And you can see here's another shot for you from our Towson camera with that morning glow. We're going to be showing you these for the next hour and a half or so because we're pretty excited about seeing that sun return. I think a lot of us are. Statewide, our numbers are in the 40s for Western Maryland, mostly upper 40s and lower 50s for Westminster and Bel Air down to Baltimore City. 55 your number in Annapolis right now. So a cool, clear morning leading to a sunny and drier day ahead. And yes, we are going to be warming back up. Those numbers will climb. So your morning drive is good, finally, weather-wise, with dry conditions and temperatures staying in the lower 50s over the next couple of hours. Should end up about 77 for our high this afternoon in Baltimore City. Other areas will be in those 70s and not as windy as we've been either. We'll take a closer look at that forecast for the weekend ahead, which is right around the corner. That's coming up in just a few minutes. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Fox 45 News continues to cover the Squeegee crisis in Baltimore City.
A shocking accusation against a man seeking justice after he says Squeegee kids stole thousands of dollars from his mother.
Now, detectives say Zamil Dixon drove 3 Squeegee kids to Evanston Avenue in northeast Baltimore under the guise that he would find them some jobs.
Police say instead he demanded to know who stole more than $2,000 from his mother and then pulled out a gun and began firing. 2
people were hit. A third managed to run away unharmed. The incident happening, though, in May.
Coming up at 6 o'clock, Olivia Dance will join us live once again with the phone call that pieced the case together.
Altercations with Squeegee kids have been happening for months. Earlier this year, a Fox 45 News employee became a victim of a Squeegee kid Cash App scam. He says the Squeegee kids ended up grabbing his phone through his window and used it to send themselves hundreds of dollars. A Baltimore City Council addressed these scams during a hearing on Squeegee kids, many of them saying the responsibility is actually on the drivers.
Obviously, we've heard about the Cash Apps, that people have gotten large amounts taken out of Cash App. And to those people who hand people their phones, don't do that, right? Like, don't hand somebody your phone.
Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders on how they plan to deal with this problem. You can find all of our previous reporting of these issues on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, spiking crime in a matter of just 1 hour. 3 shot, 1 stab, 2 of those victims dying. This comes after 2 days without any homicides.
According to the Baltimore Police Department, officers were in the area when they heard gunshots coming near the intersection of Edmondson Avenue and North Franklin Town Road. It was just before 2 a.m. yesterday. When they got to the scene, officers found a man who had been shot multiple times. He was pronounced dead at the scene.
Now, a short time later, police said 2 men, ages 22 and 23, arrived at the hospital with gunshot wounds. Officers say the victims were also shot in that same area.
And now a spotlight is being held over the victims of violence. The Public Safety and Government Operations Committee will be holding an oversight hearing along with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE, and the Baltimore Police Department.
Olivia Dance joining us live right now from downtown Baltimore with what is expected to come out of this meeting. Olivia.
Well, that's right, Megan and Tom. The meeting will be at 2 this afternoon at City Hall, and members of law enforcement and several city leaders will be there. Now, during the meeting, a report released by the Department of Justice National Public Safety Partnership Program will be discussed, and the team responsible for the report was tasked with developing an understanding of the services offered for victims of crime in Baltimore. And that report identified 4 areas of focus, which include the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety-led activities, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement-led activities, or MONSE, Police Department-led activities centered around the expansion of the Victims Services Unit, and then lastly, PSP-led activities. And leaders from all 4 of those agencies will be at the meeting this afternoon, so it'll be interesting to see if any major changes come from that report. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 6:35 now. One of those areas of focus, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety-led activities. Now, Fox 45 News spoke with Anthony Barksdale last week to hear about his take on the crime and the slow pace of progress.
Is 1 homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
1 homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress. So I'm not arguing with you on that point. But -1 is a start.
Our Mackenzie Frost has done extensive research into the Monzi program, specifically Safe Streets. You can read more on those investigations right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
New statistics from the FBI show Baltimore is not the only city seeing a rise in crime. Data from 2021 shows the entire nation is. Taking a look at the report here, it shows murders climbed more than 4% there last year, with an estimated 23,000 in the U.S. Crimes against seniors, take a look at that, up 10%. Some believe the numbers are really much higher because a recent change in reporting methods actually excludes data from the New York and Los Angeles police departments.
We want to have good answers, we want to have good data, but the sad reality is that this year's FBI report is not something that I think we can rely on to get a real sense of where things are.
Crime already front and center on the midterm election campaign trail. According to a new Politico poll, 3/4 of voters say violent crime is a major problem. 60% of them say it will impact how they vote.
12 warplanes just flying from North Korea, just flying on near the South Korean border just minutes ago. The U.S. keeping a close eye on North Korea this morning as we see an increase in missile launches over just the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart in our live center with the latest tests coming from North Korea. Taylor.
That's right, a drastic increase in those tests. Tensions are high. North Korea firing 2 short-range missile tests earlier this morning. Take a look. Now, this is their 6th test and their 30th test of the year, rather. And on Tuesday, North Korea fired one of its most powerful long-range missiles right over Japan. The U.S. is responding now by deploying the USS Ronald Reagan into the waters just east of South Korea in what the military is calling a move to demonstrate the allies' firm will to counter North Korea's threats.
We have made it clear to Kim Jong-un we're willing to sit down with no preconditions. We want to see the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. He hasn't shown an inclination to move in that direction, and quite frankly, he's moving in the opposite direction.
Just a few hours ago, North Korea's foreign minister releasing a statement calling the redeployment of the ship a serious threat to the stability of the situation in the North Korean peninsula. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this, and as Tom says, we'll give you those latest updates as they develop this morning. Megan.
Hey, Taylor, thank you. A man shooting 2 Squeegee kids after he thought they robbed his mom in an app scam. In our next hour, a criminal defense attorney is going to join us live to talk about if this case could impact other Squeegee kid interactions.
Well, goodbye rain, hello sunshine. Look at that. Yes. Just absorb those views right here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how long we will enjoy these dry conditions. 6:38, your time.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A moment in time at one of our national parks. This photo captured at Yellowstone's Grand Canyon and the Lower Falls. Speaking of fall, a different type. Colors along the Blue Ridge Parkway are popping in North Carolina. Meteorologist Ryan Coulter says the best hues are still above 5,000 feet. And in New York, increasing seasonal hues flank the river at this park in the Finger Lakes region.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
Welcome back. We are 19 minutes in front of 7 o'clock here on your Thursday morning. Opening the live window. This is Chicago, Illinois. And whether you're a Lou Malnati's guy or Gino's East person, either way, pizza's great there. But did you know that in 1893, the brownie was invented in the Second City, or the Windy City, as they call it? So Chicago's going to see temperatures in the 70s with rain today. No rain for us here. Plenty of sunshine to enjoy pizza on the deck. We'll take a closer look at that forecast coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. 4 investigations by the state find that city schools violated federal education rights of students. How education leaders are responding, and the new ally taking the fight to North Ave.
The MTA making moves to stop sexual harassment on their transit. Ahead in our next hour, the new reporting system that can help you if you've been targeted. 6:42 is your time.
.45, the big story this morning. Baltimore police say a man shot 2 Squeegee kids after they stole money from his mother. Another example of violent encounters with Squeegee kids. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now. Olivia, what can you tell us about this incident?
Well, Megan, Fox 45 News just received the documents laying out what happened, and it all began back in May right here on the corner of East Belvedere and Fenwick Avenue when Squeegee kids allegedly stole thousands of dollars from a woman. The incident happening on May 17th, and the following day, Shamil Dixon, the son of the victim, approached Squeegee kids at a different corner and offered them some money to help him move items. The Squeegee kids then got into Dixon's truck, where he took them to Edmondson Avenue. There, Dixon shot at the Squeegee kids, injuring 2 of them. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have more details on the incident, plus hear from an expert who's blaming city leaders. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Olivia. President Joe Biden expressing his gratitude to a Coast Guard rescue swimmer, thanking him for saving lives in response to Hurricane Ian in Florida. Days before, the rescuer is poised, though, to be fired for not being vaccinated against COVID. Aviation survival technician second-class Zach Loesch is one of more than 2,000 members of the Coast Guard who refused to get a COVID vaccine, and the decision to be discharged is now pending. So a little bit of controversy right there as we've got a lot more advancements here with COVID and the vaccinations. But still, I mean, the president's acknowledging, hey, thanks for saving lives here. I don't know if President Biden would know at this point what's going on with his vaccination status. He's just thanking a hero for saving lives. But still brings up a question here, like, where are we with the COVID and the vaccines, right?
Right. Yeah.
We've been going through this for so long. It feels like boosters have come up, and we know only about a third of people have actually gotten their booster of people who are eligible. So it does make you wonder, like, where are we? Are we done with this yet?
Yeah. I mean, the president said that. He said the pandemic's over. We're done with this, right?
And it's an interesting point just in this situation. He hasn't been vaccinated, so if you boot him out, here's a man who was able to save some lives that no longer would be in that position to do so.
Yeah. Interesting talking for sure.
Do we release those regulations now? I mean, are they kind of antiquated now? I mean, after 2 years of going through this process or not?
I mean, it's tough because those boosters are out there now. People are getting them, but some people are just like, I'm over it.
I really think it's going to be like the flu, where it becomes your discretion. If you want to get it, you can get it. I think it will be that way with the COVID-19 vaccine. You're free to get it. Doctors recommend it, but you don't have to.
A lot of people talk about COVID fatigue. They're over it. They're tired of the pandemic. I don't want to get any boosters, whatever. How about rain fatigue?
Oh,
I think we're tired of the rain.
Just a little bit.
We saw a glimpse of it at dinner, and it was like we all stood up and looked
the
outside.
Sun?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I know. I don't know what it looks like.
It was glimmering down just quickly.
There are people that were stopping in the street.
Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah, it was like a movie or something where a big meteor's coming in and people are freaking out. Trying, like, what is that up there? So, okay, we haven't seen the sun yet. I know we're making a little bit of light of this, but it's nice that we're going to see the sun again today. And we're done with the rain. We got plenty of rain, more than 3.5 inches officially. And some of you got even more than that. That was from Friday all the way through basically yesterday morning. But we're really pretty shot here in Towson. I'm going to step out, show you another shot over the Inner Harbor. We're just kind of waiting for that sun. Officially 7:07 is when the sun's coming up. And you bet your bottom dollar that I'm going to be showing you that sunrise live and local here on Fox 45 Morning News. So temperatures into the lower 50s over the next couple of hours. Enjoying your pumpkin spice lattes, maybe an apple cider donut this morning. We're seeing that sun that will be up until 6:41 tonight. And overall, hanging out there at the Hunt Valley Town Center, lower 60s by 10 a.m. As you make your way to the afternoon, a great day to be outdoors with those temps in the mid to upper 70s, and even that 4 or 5 o'clock hour, getting ready for happy hour, getting ready for Thursday night football. We're talking about temperatures in the mid 70s here. So low to mid 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties today. Hereford zone at 72, 74 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Same number for you there in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Howard and Arundel counties, you're going to see those low to mid 70s as well for Elk Ridge and Odenton, down through Annapolis, up into Severna Park, Glen Burnie, Pasadena as well. And look at this. I mean, throughout most of the mid-Atlantic, finally a day which will be very nice and fall-like with numbers that are actually warmer than what we've seen in the fall, and especially lately with mid-70s for Scranton and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., even 69 down the ocean. Yard and Garden Cast, this is the day. Today, maybe tomorrow, Saturday, you can get that grass cut, get more of those fall plants ready to go. Now, we're going to have some chilly temperatures on Saturday morning, and some higher elevations of the state of Maryland could see a possible frost. We're talking mountain locations, not here at home, but we're definitely going to be tracking that colder air that's coming in right there. You can see that cold front. So we're dry today and we're warm today and tomorrow, but behind the cold front, Friday night into Saturday, those temperatures are going to drop. It's a dry cold front, so we're not tracking rain with that at this time. Shout out to Brian Snyder. Look at this shot. This is Lucy, his cat, a.k.a. Goose, and Brian sent this picture saying, yeah, my cat sticks his tongue out at me, at me. So thank you, Brian, for that shot. Love those pet pics. Keep them coming. JC Chambers, FoxBaltimore.com. You know I love putting your pets on TV. And how about this? A 7-day forecast without rain. Upper 70s today and tomorrow, 63 on Saturday, then right back to the upper 60s Sunday, just in time for Sunday night football for the Ravens, and looking great into next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We have your Len Stoller Traffic Network update right now. We've got your live cameras pulled up around the region. We've got cars out there, volume picking up, but we are moving. No issues to report. A bright spot for you this morning. This guy was the spotlight of the game when the New York Mets took on the Washington Nationals on Tuesday. Francisco Lindor went back-to-back with Brandon Nimmo. This furry friend got the ball. Look at that. Some people on Twitter commented that he was the real MVP. I mean, there he is. Well done.
Oh, well, you can become one with nature. Just ahead this morning, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is doing just that and learning a thing or two.
And there's a new millionaire in Baltimore. Still ahead this morning, how a mother and son are celebrating their big lottery win.
Oh, but first, we're scratching off the rain fatigue.
Starting off with a coffee break.
We have some breaking news that we need to bring you this morning coming out of Thailand as they identify a former police officer as a suspect accused of killing 35 in a child care nursery, including 24 children. Police say the man used a gun and a knife in this attack that happened just a couple hours ago. The shooter, 34-year-old former police officer, took his own life after the incident. Witnesses say he was shooting guns out of the car when he left the child care center, made it back to his house where he then killed himself. But before that, he killed his wife and his own child.
Just a tragic story. We continue to learn more about that as the morning continues. Also breaking overnight, the family of 4 believed to be kidnapped in California are found dead.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart joining us from our live center this morning with this incredible story, and it's prompting some strong reaction, Taylor.
I mean, it's just very sad. The discovery happening overnight. The sheriff could not even hold back his feelings. Take a look.
You know, you really want to wish we were in the Wild West, you know, to take this guy out and string him up. But we have a judicial system. We're going to use the judicial system.
Now, this surveillance video shows that terrifying moment. This family was forced at gunpoint from a trucking company into a car. Jesus Delgado seen here wearing a hood and a mask, escorting that family out of his trucking company and into a nearby truck. That mother is seen clutching onto her child as she's escorted out. Here's a closer look at the suspect. Police say Jesus Delgado tried to take his own life before he was taken into custody, but he's now alert and he's talking at a hospital. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Tom, Megan, back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Nationally, some new statistics from the FBI show Baltimore is not the only city seeing a rise in crime. Data from 2021 showing the entire nation is seeing this. Take a look at this report here. It shows murders climbing more than 4% last year with an estimated 23,000 in the U.S. Crimes against seniors were up 10%. Some believe the numbers are really much higher because of a recent change in reporting methods, excludes data from the New York and Los Angeles police departments.
These new numbers from the FBI show murder rates in the U.S. will remain well above pre-pandemic levels.
In today's Assignment America, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us with more as experts zero in on homicide rates.
2020 saw the biggest jump in murder rates since the start of national record keeping back in 1960, a 30% increase. Now that 2021 numbers look the same, even higher, law enforcement experts say it signals a steady elevation in murder rather than a one-off year. A New York man shot and killed in a hotel lobby while visiting his son at Merced College over the weekend. The tragedy making headlines.
Both suspects arrested at the scene, and of course, both had lengthy rap sheets.
On Wednesday, a Purdue University student found dead in his dorm room. His roommate arrested and charged with murder.
There are certainly many more homicides occurring now than there were before. I mean, the data supports that.
Homicides up 4.3% nationwide, according to new numbers released Wednesday by the FBI. Violent crime down slightly overall, but remains notably higher than 2019.
And I just don't feel safe. It's not the Seattle I've known in the past.
It's not the same Portland that I remember. It's scary. I mean, it's scary to be here trying to raise kids.
The FBI's report has some gaps. Thanks to a new reporting system, big cities, including New York and LA, did not submit data, leaving FBI analysts to fill in the blanks with estimates. Jason Johnson, president of the Law Enforcement Legal Defense Fund, attributes the rise in murders to a twofold phenomenon: the lack of support for police and the rise of soft-on-crime progressive district attorneys.
You're seeing more instances in which it seems pretty obvious that the perpetrator should have been detained pending some other charge or should have been incarcerated because of some other previous conviction. But because of this shift toward a progressive orientation, a lot of these folks are out and perhaps shouldn't be out and are still engaged in criminal activity.
These crime numbers from President Biden's first year in office come as recent polling shows crime remains a top issue for voters heading into the midterm elections this November, an issue that traditionally helps Republicans. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
No action. There's no clear strategy that is creating any results on the streets, and people are frustrated, and it's resulting in terrible tragedies week after week.
Incidents with Squeegee kids continue. Residents frustrated with the lack of response from city leaders. What, if anything, needs to be done to put a stop to the senseless violence once and for all?
In our continuing coverage of this issue, Fox 45 News is learning of scams involving Squeegee kids, what you need to do to keep yourself protected.
And we're going to see the sun rise here in just a few moments from right now. We'll break it all down in terms of how much warmer we get today. That's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, it's Thursday, October 6th, and the sun is shining.
Oh, I can see it just over your corner, over your shoulder there. I mean, it's just glowing behind you. We needed this.
Hasn't even broke the horizon yet, but my goodness. Right, I know, but it's better than what we've had over the last 5 days.
All I see is yellow. That's it.
I'd like to see that for sure.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers saying we needed to wait, patience, and it was going to get here.
Exactly right. Yeah, and we're going to see a nice day, too. Got warmer numbers this afternoon. Great fall afternoon for getting into those pumpkin patches and getting more of your fall decorations all set up for Halloween, which is coming up in now about 3.5 weeks or so from right now. Beautiful shot in Towson. Few of those high clouds are kind of hanging around right now, but nothing like we've seen the last couple of days. 40s in western Maryland, upper 40s in Westminster, 49 in Elkton, Chestertown. You're at 47, and we're right at 52 degrees in Baltimore City. So a cool, clear morning, sunny and drier day ahead. And then, as I mentioned, we are warming back up. Finally, have a green light on your morning drive when Mr. Bose says we are good to go. Temperature staying in the 50s for the next couple of hours with dry roads. And those low to mid and even upper 70s on the way for us this afternoon will feel very nice indeed. Another look at that full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Better on the roads today, Tom, I'm assuming?
Yeah, better than they were in the past few days, but still, we have some incidents incidents we need to talk about. Lens Solar Traffic Network here. Disabled vehicle blocking the right lane of 95 southbound right at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Then if you're going northbound 95 right past exit 43 in White Marsh, where we had that major incident yesterday, there's an accident there, and it's creating some delays both north and south.
7:01. We begin this morning in a city in crisis and another shocking story involving squeegee kids. Police say a man shot at 3 squeegee kids, hitting 2 of them after he says squeegee kids stole thousands of dollars from his mother.
Fox 45 News has heard dozens of stories about heated exchanges with squeegee kids since the murder of Timothy Reynolds in July. This latest is reigniting questions about what the city's doing to keep the drivers and squeegee kids safe.
Well, the case involving a man taking the law into his own hands is now causing reaction from across the city.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning at a popular area where you often see squeegee kids. Olivia, there's blame being placed, though, just about everywhere, especially on city leaders.
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. And Fox 45 News received the documents laying out what happened. And it all began back in May, right here on the corner of East Belvedere and Fenwick Avenues, when squeegee kids allegedly stole thousands of dollars from a woman. The incident happening on May 17th. And the following day, Zamil Dixon approached squeegee kids at a different corner and offered them money to help him move some items. The squeegee kids got into Dixon's truck, where he then took them to Edmondson Avenue, flashed a handgun, and asked, quote, "Who did this to my mom? Who took the money the other day?" That's when Dixon then shot at the squeegee kids, shooting the 17-year-old in the head and the 23-year-old in the neck. Now, the third kid escaped, and the 2 that were shot survived the attack.
A messed up scenario. The parents need to get more control of their kids. It's definitely getting out of hand. It's deeper than what we see on the surface. Yeah. A whole lot deeper.
Police learned of Dixon's connection to the squeegee kids after he spoke about it in a phone call to his brother in jail. But it's still unclear whether the shooting victims were the same ones who stole money from his mother. But dozens of people have reported that squeegee kids have stolen money from them in recent months, along with many reports of violent encounters with squeegee kids. Now, Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute blames city leaders who have refused to remove squeegee kids from corners.
When the system stops enforcing its own rules, that means that other people are going to continue to take the law into their own hands. And this could have resulted in 3 murders because the city is abetting such a vigilantism by not enforcing basic laws.
Now, presumptive incoming state's attorney Ivan Bates has said the squeegeeing has to stop because it's not safe for both the kids and the drivers, but current city leaders have refused to clear the corners. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. And as we mentioned, Fox 45 News has heard many stories of heated interactions between squeegee kids and drivers. Many of them start the same way.
I said no, and he started spraying the car and all that stuff. And they offered to clean my window, and I waved them off.
I rolled out my window saying, "No, thank you, have no cash."
I said, I don't want my windows done. I'm all right.
I said, no, thank you. And he just kept doing it.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost has been investigating the concerns extensively for months. You can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com, where she has put together a timeline of how the summer's problems have unfolded and the hundreds of squeegee-related police calls since the 1st of July.
Well, will this latest shooting involving squeegee kids have an impact on other squeegee kid interactions, including the homicide case, including a 15-year-old? Joining us now, former city prosecutor and partner at EN Lawyers, Kurt Nachman. Good morning, Kurt.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Sure. Well, thanks for being here. A lot to discuss here. It's like the Wild West now in Baltimore City. Was this a kidnapping, though? I mean, because he allegedly lured the squeegee kids in and then drove them to another location.
Yeah, it is a kidnapping under Maryland law. I mean, anytime you take somebody against their will and you move them to another location, it's considered kidnapping.
So multiple charges here in this playing out, because kidnapping and then the shooting. Can the defense, though, claim that this is a crime of passion where he was just trying to get money back for his mother?
You know, I think that's more of an appeal that you can make directly to the jury. In other words, who's investigating the fact that $2,000 plus was stolen from his mother? What, if anything, are the city leaders and the police department doing about that crime that occurred? And if they're not going to do something about it, you know, people are ultimately going to take the law into their own hands, right or wrong. You know, you can see how the system has failed at multiple levels here in this situation.
Yeah, and Kurt, does it matter, though, if the victims were actually the ones who stole the money from his mother?
Well, that depends whether or not he had time to cool off, whether or not he had just learned of it and he became heated about it. It sounds from the way that the evidence has unfolded that he knew about this for an extended period of time, that he was talking about it with his brother on a phone call. So it sounds pretty well planned. So any sort of like hot-blooded response to a legally adequate provocation would probably not fly legally in this case. Again, I think a jury is going to have tremendous sympathy. I mean, $2,000 is a tremendous amount of money for most people in East and West Baltimore. And it's something that has to be taken seriously.
We keep showing the 2 Squeegee kids shot. That's what it says on our screen here. But actually, he's facing now 3 attempted charges, right? Because he shot at 3 of them. That is what he lured into his vehicle.
That's correct. And arguably, it would be attempted murder. So he'd be facing 3 counts of life imprisonment.
Kurt, let's talk about what this happened in May, but also July 7th, we know of a 14-year-old at the time, now 15-year-old, who's been charged with murdering 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds. So when that happened, though, coming afterwards, will this play into that factor, that court case at all? Can the defense now or the prosecutors go after saying, look, this is setting up a pattern of violence with Squeegee kids?
Well, I certainly think that that's something that the prosecutors are going to look hard at. In other words, this level of sort of lawlessness, the fact that these encounters happen, the fact that people feel like they must take the law into their own hands gives some sort of justification for Mr. Reynolds, because I think this is going to come down to a self-defense case, right? And so if Mr. Reynolds feels like he was pushed into a corner or somehow provoked into the situation and he was just responding in kind, it may set up or it may try to tear down, I should say, the defense's theory of self-defense.
All right. Yeah, like the Wild West here in Baltimore. Kurt Nachman with EN Lawyers, thank you for your expertise.
Thanks for having me.
Now, Fox 45 News has pressed city leaders on the Squeegee kid problem many times in the past, many of them pointing out this is dangerous, not just for the drivers, but for the Squeegee kids themselves.
I believe this activity is unsafe, unhealthy, and beneath the greatness and dignity of our young people.
It is not safe for anyone in that scenario. It is not safe for the people engaged in the Squeegee activity. It's not safe for the motorists. It's not safe for nearby pedestrians. It's not safe for anyone.
It's also unsafe for these young people to be out there. It's just plain and simple unsafe.
You heard unsafe a lot right there. Fox 45 News sent more questions to City Council after we heard about this latest Squeegee concern, asking our first question, will you put pressure, though, on Mayor Scott to release the plans from his Squeegee collaborative quicker? Well, the next question we also sent is, how long will people in Baltimore have to wait before something's done about this problem? And for our final question, we asked, now for the safety of motorists and Squeegee kids, should the corners be cleared immediately? Well, it's been at least 12 hours since we asked those questions so far this morning. We have not received any response from any council member, but we will continue to seeking the answers for these questions. You can download the Fox 45 News app for your up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, weather, anytime. Just make sure you search WBFF in your app store to get started.
7:09, taking a live look over Camden Yards, where the Baltimore Orioles finished their 2022 season on a high note. The O's took on the Toronto Blue Jays yesterday. It was a doubleheader. Both teams won a game each, resulting in a split. The O's finished the year 83-79. You know what that means? It's a winning season, a vast improvement from the last 5 seasons. A lot to celebrate.
Yeah, because looking back at those last 6 seasons of Orioles baseball, it looked like this. 100 lost seasons. 2021, actually, they were last place in all MLB. 2019 and 2018. Now, 2016 was the last time the Birds made the playoffs. O's fans and the team are hoping that they can break the 6-year drought come 2023 season. And why not? Because we've got a lot of young players now.
I know. I think that this is just the start. We're bringing in meteorologist Justin Chambers. A little bit of orange there behind you. I think this is a sign.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, guys. I mean, we're talking about that young core of players that really gelled this year. The fact that we've got expanded positions in the playoffs with that expanded wild card. And so, we were right there. We got as close as about 3 games out. One point we were actually in the wild card, and all we had to do was win out. But it's tough. I mean, we're in the toughest division in in baseball. So, yeah, good things looking forward for your Baltimore Orioles here in Birdland. Meanwhile, gorgeous shot right now. Look at that. Finally seeing the sun that is back with us for today. Now, it's always been there. It's just been kind of hiding out behind the cloud cover and the rain. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam showing us just a fantastic sunrise. And look at this. The HD radar finally quiet. Look at that sweep right there. It's just like, oh, there's nothing to see. That's exactly what it's doing. So we're happy about that and drying out, continuing to see a nice day for your run or your jog. Mid to upper 50s of the next couple of hours on your jogging cast. We'll take a look at those temperatures later today and what we can expect as we head into a very nice fall weekend. That's coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. McDaniel College is on a mission to learn, conserve agriculture, and build community relationships. And they're doing that with the help of an all-new environmental center that's located right on campus.
Yeah, Mark Clark with Be More Lifestyles live with a preview of this new center. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. And you're right, it's out here, just got unveiled last week. Here it is, fresh and new, beautiful center. We'll tell you all about it this morning. As you look around, you see how beautiful it is out here. Information and, of course, nature and a big grant. We'll talk all about that this morning, guys, coming up.
All right, sounds good, Mark. Thank you. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. 4 investigations by the state find that city schools violated federal education rights of students, how education leaders are responding, and the new ally taking the fight to North Avenue.
City leaders say redistricting police precincts will help curb crime, while one law enforcement expert says there are bigger problems to be worrying about. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Historic murders, robberies, carjackings, spinouts, blocking intersections of roadways, squeegee kids. Now, city leaders and police say redistricting the police precincts will bring down the crime. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host, Ed Norris. Ed, 63 years, last time the police precincts were actually drawn in Baltimore. Is this an important move, though, to redraw them now?
I don't know about redrawing them now. They've discussed this for years. Population shifts, things like that. And I don't know. Frankly, I don't know why this was necessary right now when you got such a terrible crime problem on hand. And I don't know how this helps your crime fighting ability, because a lot has to go into this, including change the 911 system. You've got to change a lot of different things, your reporting system, your relationship with the community now. And this, I think, it's really important to have a good relationship with the community leaders at a time when things are really bad like now. And now you're going to have people who aren't familiar with each other. I just don't know if this was the right time. Not saying it wasn't necessary. I just don't know if it needed to be now.
Well, and that's what the council members were voting on in 2019. They're passing this saying, okay, we're going off the 2020 consensus numbers now. More police where more people live. But the question comes in then, shouldn't it be more police where more calls come in?
Well, yes. For your answer, the simple is yes. The other answer to that, we could just transfer the police to change the district lines. I mean, there's no reason you can't just transfer people into precincts that don't have enough officers. That's what my first question was. Why don't you just move people around? Because there's some big precincts geographically, like the Northeast and the Northern, that are turning out like 4, 5, 6 officers on a 4 to 12 when they used to turn out 20 to 25. So you clearly need more. And it just, this thing makes kind of no sense to me just now. Right?
Okay, well, and we'll see. I mean, this is going to be implemented over here in the next 30 to 60 days, so we're going to see the changes that we'll see over here in maybe 6 months in total time before it happens. One other thing was the law, though, that was passed about fining stunt drivers or illegal bike riders. Do you think, and we talked about this when they were talking about it before, but it's passed, mayor signed it. How are police going to enforce this? Because they're not allowed to follow or pursue drivers because they're considered low-level crimes like this.
I know. I just, again, this is, a lot of show and no substance. So you create this law that's basically unenforceable. You won't let them chase anybody. Heaven forbid you put your hands on somebody, place them under arrest, or stop them. So I don't know how this is going to be enforced. If they wanted to, they could. Because the way I did it with dirt bikes was you have Foxtrot. If you have an instance, where these things are happening and you get there quickly, you have a helicopter, follow the car.
They also had a free airplane that was flying above that could go night or day. That's not happening.
That's not happening. But you still have helicopters. You can actually follow these cars, and wherever they park the car, they end up. You send the car there, and you go. I would impound the car.
Yeah.
And, use civil enforcement. That would hurt them way more than any kind of fine or penalty you're going to give them. Use the impound law. Before you commit a crime with a car, the city can take your car, and you have to fight to get it back. Start doing that to people. You get their attention.
Yeah, that'll end it quick. Thank you, Ed Norris. We appreciate it. You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
All right, 7:19, time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, in fact, we have Justin Chambers talking about the sun, bringing the good news today.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. And temperatures that will be warmer as well. Looking out over a gorgeous shot here, right down the 395 over the Patapsco River. The Charm City tanks looking good as well with the sun lighting them up. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, maybe a light jacket this morning, but no need for the rain gear today with temps in the lower 50s this hour, 70s by noon and recess. We're going to be in those mid to upper 70s for some of us as you get them later this afternoon. So you can see those low to mid 70s, Westminster, Bel Air down to Cockeysville and Baltimore this afternoon. Great afternoon or evening to throw some stuff on the grill. Your grill cast looking good today and tonight, even in the upper 60s through 7 a.m. So crack those windows and go ahead and get the car cleaned up. The rain is done. So we've got 3 greens across the board. Good for aviating when you got 3 greens in that landing gear going up or down. Here's a look at our future scan. Right now, we've got things looking good this afternoon. Now, tomorrow, we are tracking a cold front that's coming in. We're going to be warm ahead of the front, but behind that, late Friday night into Saturday, temperatures are going to drop, and it will be chilly when you wake up with us Saturday morning. Shout out to Matthew in Abingdon. That is Manny right there. That is a good-looking puppy, just kind of chilling on the couch saying, I don't want to go outside. I just want to hang out inside. So thanks, Matthew, for sending that picture in. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com is my email. 7 weeks from today, Thanksgiving. That's right, Terrence the turkey, and then Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree 80 days from right now for Christmas. So that's how much time, 79 shopping days is how many we have left. 78 will be our high tomorrow, lower 60s on Saturday. Should be great weather for tailgating on Sunday before that Sunday night football game with the Ravens back at M&T.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Fox 45 is getting Maryland back to work. It's time for our Job of the Day. Antwerpen Auto Park in Columbia is looking to hire a customer sales and service manager. If you'd like some more information about this position, just head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that still need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
There is a new millionaire in Baltimore. Still ahead this morning, how one mother and son are celebrating their big lottery win.
And with the McDaniel Environmental Center this morning, we'll tell you all about it. It's fresh and new and exciting. We'll be talking about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
So Baltimore, McDaniel College is on a mission to conserve agriculture, learning, and building community relationships.
With an all-new environmental center located right on campus. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live in New Windsor with more on this. Mark, how's it going out there?
You know what? I'm back in college, failing environmental science, but this time it's different. Jason Scullion, who's the associate professor of environmental science, is out here. He's going to help us get through this wonderful new facility and tell us all about it.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. So we're here at the McDaniel Environmental Center. It's 58 acres in size. What we do out here is experiential learning. We have an amazing piece of property, grasslands, forests, wetlands, agricultural lands. This is where our students come to learn experientially. It's a place for community building, for learning about all sorts of different topics, and I'm really excited that you're here today.
You know, when we pulled in, we saw like 4 or 5 deer just run across the fields, and just looking at I mean, this is so amazing. I can just imagine the experience for students. It's not just in the classroom, just to get out there and touch and smell and feel. I guess that's what it's all about, right?
That's exactly what it's about. We're here for students to learn, to develop college skills. Basically, they're learning in the classroom, and they get to apply that knowledge out here in the great outdoors. It's also a space for community building. It's a space for our partners to come, from Boys and Girls Club to our K through 12 schools. So it's a great space for everybody to be outside, to learn new things. Great place to be.
Well, we're excited about it, and this morning we're going to take you to some of the different areas, guys. And again, back when I was in Lincoln Land Community College and I was failing, if only I had this wonderful space, guys. But I turned out okay, but still. If I had Jason, I could be a much better man.
It's a great opportunity. Aw.
Yeah, a beautiful setting, too. That was amazing with the mist coming off of the fields there. Yeah.
And that sunshine?
Yes,
that
sunshine. That bright stuff, too. Thank you, Mark.
Well, we are going to put more information on our website for you, by the way, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Still to come this morning, continuing coverage of the ongoing issue of Squeegee kids in Baltimore City. How a Cash App scam led to a kidnapping and shooting.
And after a rainy few days, again, we're seeing that sunshine. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the warmer temperatures coming along with those rays. It is 7:26. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are following 3 big stories for you this morning.
State investigation confirming parents' concerns about city school failures. We'll hear from families coming to Project Baltimore seeking change.
A man shoots 2 Squeegee kids after he says they stole thousands of dollars from his mother. FOX45 News continues to press elected leaders on what the city is doing to keep drivers and Squeegee kids safe.
And after 2 days without homicides, Wednesday got off to a violent start in Baltimore with 3 shot, 1 stabbed. What the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is doing to shine a spotlight on the victims of violence.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Thursday, October 6th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is a little bit brighter in our future.
Thank goodness.
It is. Yeah. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, just got to look at our forecast here. Great news for you.
Yeah, the sun is up, guys, and all we're going to do is keep seeing those temperatures go up as well. A very nice afternoon on the way. You can see that shot right here. We know you listen to us in the morning, but if you have a moment, just take a peek at your TV screen there. Towson camera, lots of sunshine at this time, and temperatures on the right side of your screen. A lot of us are in the 50s, so a cool, clear morning. No rain in sight. Sunny and drier day ahead, and we will be warming back up, not only today, but over the next couple of days. In fact, a great afternoon to get out and get some of that yard work done, maybe get the grass cut before the weekend, with mid to upper 70s later this afternoon. So a high of 77 today, almost 80 tomorrow. And then look at that big drop off, only 63 on Saturday. So it will be cooler as we get into the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
Baltimore City schools under fire from the state after violating the rights of multiple students.
But as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the city's leadership appears to be looking the other way.
Egregious, disgusting.
Brittany Patrick is an education advocate for students with disabilities.
How can you allow this to happen to a child? That's my question. Oftentimes as educators, we talk about these terms of equity and justice and access.
Starting in May, Patrick watched as Project Baltimore told, one by one, the stories of these 4 Baltimore City students. Each one filed a disability complaint with the state because the city school system did not provide the services they needed to learn. The Maryland State Department of Education investigated and found city schools violated the federal education rights of each student.
Education is a civil right, and access to a free and appropriate public education is especially necessary when we're talking about students with disabilities.
Patrick is now representing these 4 families pro bono. She's helping them navigate the legal maze of special education, which is large and complicated. Last school year, city school special education budget was $207 million. $207 million federal, state, and local dollars to provide the services required by law to students with disabilities. And we know at least 4 who did not receive them.
It's a huge deal that can't be ignored.
But many would say the problem is being ignored, along with other issues in the school system. Last Wednesday, Project Baltimore reached out to city schools concerning these families. Here are the emails and text messages from the district saying a response was coming, but we received nothing. And then there's this.
Thank you for joining us for this very special moment today.
In July, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott and Senate President Bill Ferguson, who represents Baltimore City, held a surprise press conference to celebrate the accomplishments of City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises. At the time, the school system was caught up in multiple scandals. Weeks before this event, the State Inspector General for Education released a damning report on grade changing in city schools. The governor and other public officials were calling for a criminal investigation into possible fraud. The House GOP delegation was calling for Dr. Santelises to resign. And FOX45 had already begun telling the stories of these students.
On behalf of the people of Baltimore, I commend you for your continuing commitment to the education and development of our young people, signed by myself, Mayor Brandon Scott.
What really matters when you look across the country, stability is what matters.
3 months later, Senator Ferguson's office won't return our calls or emails about what happened to these students. Mayor Brandon Scott sent us this short email saying he has faith in the city schools administration. The mayor's statement mentioned new schools and funding, but he says nothing about what happened to Ebony Frisbee's son, Shy.
If what you're saying as a mayor, like they're their own thing, everything is fine and they got it, then I should not have to go through this process.
Shy missed 96 straight days of school because the district did not provide him with the services he was required to have. The state found his federal education rights were violated.
Us people are the reason why this city is still here. I pay taxes in this city. So for me and my son to live here and thrive, we can't do that if the people that's in charge of this city isn't doing their part, and he's not.
It's disappointing if we're celebrating when we have so many children and families that we know are crying out for simple access to education via their individualized education plans. What is there to celebrate?
Yeah, you got the last laugh on this one. This was good. Thank you, everybody.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
If you are the parent of a child with disabilities who is not receiving the education they deserve, Project Baltimore wants to hear from you. You can call their hotline, you can send them an email, or follow their progress on social media.
7:36 now, and Fox 45 News continues to cover the Squeegee crisis in Baltimore City.
A shocking accusation against a man seeking justice after he says Squeegee kids stole thousands from his mother.
Detectives say Shamil Dixon, you see right there, drove 3 Squeegee kids to Edmondson Avenue in Northeast Baltimore under the guise that he could find them jobs.
Police say instead he demanded to know who stole more than $2,000 from his mother, then pulled out a gun and began firing.
2 of those Squeegee kids were hit. The third managed to run away unharmed. The incident, though, happening in May.
Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, Olivia Dance will be joining us live once again with the phone call that actually pieced this whole case together.
Now, altercations with Squeegee kids have been happening for months. Earlier this year, a Fox 45 News employee became the victim of the Squeegee Kid Cash App scam. He says Squeegee kids reached into his window, grabbed his phone, and used it to send themselves hundreds of dollars. Baltimore City Council addressed these scams during a hearing on Squeegee kids. Many of them said the responsibility is on the drivers.
Obviously, we've heard about the cash apps, that people have gotten, large amounts taken out of Cash App. And to those people who hand people their phones, don't do that, right? Like, don't hand somebody your phone.
Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders on how they plan to deal with this problem. You can find all of our previous reporting of the issues on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The Maryland Department of Transportation is trying to get everyone on the right track to curb sexual harassment on public transit. New campaign aimed at keeping all their riders safe.
And here comes the sun, but how long will it stick around? Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down in his full Weather Authority forecast. It is 7:38 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on your Friday Eve. Beautiful shot right there with the sun shining out over the inner harbor and looking pretty good, too, in terms of your out-the-door cast. Maybe still a light jacket this morning. You will not need it this afternoon. And definitely get those sunglasses back on today. Threw them in the car this morning. I was like, oh, yeah, we're going to have those for today and for the afternoon. Enjoy that cup of coffee. Maybe shifting to brunch over the next couple of hours. Mid to upper 50s and lower 60s with the sun up until 6:41 tonight. We're back with your full forecast for the weekend coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. Remember, you can track severe storms even when we are not on air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
2 Baltimoreans waking up with an extra $1 million in their pockets. The Baltimore City gas station where the lucky duo purchased their winning ticket.
Oh, the Baltimore Orioles with a triumphant end to their 2022 season. What the team and fans are wishing come 2023. $7:44, changing culture. New MTA campaign is pushing the seriousness of sexual harassment on its equipment. From buses and vans to trains, inappropriate touching will not be tolerated on any level. Joining us now to discuss the changes in culture, MDOT Administrator Holly Arnold. Good morning, Holly.
Hey, good morning, Tom. Thanks for having me.
Sure. Now, this is, I mean, you hear this and you're thinking, well, of course, you don't touch anybody else. You don't touch strangers. But really, when you turn on the TV, you see it in sitcoms, movies. People just joke about, well, I was on the subway, somebody groped me, and they kind of laugh about it and move on. It's still crossing a line.
Absolutely. Yeah. We want everyone to feel safe on transit. And that's kind of really the most important thing, making sure that people feel safe and secure. And so I'm really happy to share that MTA is launching our new public service campaign. As you said, our goal is to reduce the incidence of sexual harassment on transit. We're joining several transit agencies across the country who have launched campaigns like this recently. And so we've been able to learn from them as we're launching it.
One of the first steps I know that you have on your site is what constitutes sexual harassment, and then how everyone can do their part to make it be stopped, really.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's really kind of three prongs to this. So first is what constitutes sexual harassment, making sure people know what is tolerated, what's not tolerated, where that line is. The next is providing resources and information for people who have experienced sexual harassment, unfortunately. You know, a lot of times people don't know what to do or how to report it. And so we're making that available to them. And then third is giving that information to people who witness it and, you know, how they can help someone who's experiencing sexual harassment.
Yeah, just the mindset that it's, oh, well, it's kind of expected. You know, we're all close on the train or whatever. No. And changing that first step and then reporting it, though. So you're making MTA is making it easier for people to start reporting it to change that whole mindset.
Yeah, so we've launched a new webpage, mta.maryland.gov/safety. It's a safety and security webpage. It has links where people can report information. We're going to start a data collection process because that's the most important thing. You know, we hear about it anecdotally, there's jokes made about it, but without that data, it makes it hard for us to really attack it. And so now that we're going to start collecting the data, we'll be able to better deploy resources, change our ad campaign to respond to what people are telling us, and really kind of learn and continue to grow. This is just, you know, one phase of this larger, broader campaign to really make sure that everyone feels safe and secure on transit.
Yeah, and then that also helps you with the safety, putting more personnel on certain transit, and then also making sure the cameras are up and running too, because I know that you've installed a lot more cameras on a lot of the mass transit equipment.
Yeah, we do have cameras on all of our buses and trains. And so if it does happen, we can go back and capture it after the fact. And that's where that reporting really does come into play. You know, we have a great MTA police force who will make sure that we're going after folks and making sure that they know that it's not okay to harass people on transit.
All right. Thank you very much for sharing this initiative with us. Holly Honor with the MTA MDOT administrator. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Sure.
7:47 now, and it's time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have Justin Chambers, meteorologist, right here. And look at that. You've got like a halo around you.
Yeah, looking good, right?
Perfect.
We've been talking about this and how we've been, forecasting the fact that our rain is moving on and the sun has returned. Today is National Noodle Day, so whatever noodle of choice that is your favorite, get that going and slurp it into your mouth as you head into the afternoon, if you like spaghetti, that is. 52, your temp in Towson right now. A little west wind, about 5 to 10 miles an hour, but other than that, we're not going to see much wind today. Finally, that is calming down as well. So hanging out at the Bromo Seltzer Tower, if you can see the current clock, 54 your temp in the 8 o'clock hour. As we head through lunchtime, great day for lunch outdoors, my friends. 71 by about noon, and we're going to get to those mid to upper 70s as we take into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Now, 77 for our high will be about 4 or 5 degrees above average and about 10 or 12 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday, 20 degrees warmer than where we were on Tuesday. So we'll definitely enjoy some of those warmer numbers for the day today. Now, they're short-lived. Today and tomorrow we stay above average, but notice on our temperature tracker that big dip that we take on Saturday. Cooler air is coming in, and we're only going to get to the lower 60s for the afternoon. But it's brief, as then we'll see those temps rise again into Sunday, Monday, and into early next week. Great day to fly today, pilots. We're talking about VFR conditions all day, visual flight rules. Saw a few planes over at Martin State yesterday, but a lot of that MVFR was hanging around, and we have to enjoy that, but also know that you'll have some really good flying weather today. Here's a look at our future scan. We've got a lot of sunshine expected through the afternoon. Now, our next weather maker is a cold front. That's going to come through late tomorrow and into Saturday, so we're still going to be warm ahead of that front. The cooler air starts to work in Friday night, Saturday morning. By Saturday afternoon, a mix of clouds and sun, but overall looking good, and then we actually start warming back up into Sunday and Monday with no issues if you're going to be tailgating before that Ravens game coming up on Sunday night. Here's an update to your holiday countdown. I know a lot of Halloween decorations are out there. 25 days until that day. We're now 74 days out from Hanukkah and Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree, 80 days from right now. And 7 weeks from today, Turkey Day. So I'm excited about that. Turkey, football, all that good stuff. All right, so 70s here. As I mentioned, the next couple of days, we stay dry. Look at that 7-day forecast. No rain in sight, not only through the weekend, but continuing into early next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. And now taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Disabled, vehicles, what it states, but it's, as you can see right there, it's a semi truck and a trailer, double trailer here from FedEx. It's southbound right at Keaton Avenue. And that right there is causing miles back up because people come around the corner and start tapping their brakes. That's it. Luckily, nobody's hurt, but still, you're going to have to spend some more time sitting in traffic because of that right there.
7:50 and making headlines. A Baltimore man and his mother are waking up with a little bit more money in their pockets. How about $1 million more than they used to have.
Seriously, the two won $1 million playing the Powerball and Maryland Lottery Monday and then celebrated with a lobster dinner. Nice. Winning ticket sold in downtown Amco gas station. That's 1100 South Hanover Street in Baltimore there. Wow. They are picking up a $2,500 bonus for the lottery for selling the second-tier Powerball winning ticket. It's a fifth second-tier winning Powerball ticket sold this year. I don't care. First tier, second tier. I mean, come on.
Right in Fed Hill. I mean, it's exciting that it's so close, but also like, man, that could have been ours.
Now, do you go back? You don't go back there, right?
No, you can't. You got to go somewhere else.
Because does a store get it 2 times in a row? It's like lightning striking. No, you got to go somewhere else, right?
Or maybe they're that lucky.
Maybe.
To win the lottery, you got to be lucky.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll think about this one. Coming up, why one eco-friendly beverage company with a shocking name is laughing all the way to the bank.
Fall, it's here. We know that. And that means it's time for all pumpkin spice. All things, Justin, pumpkin spice.
Yeah, there it is.
He loves it. New product that aims to keep everything smelling fall fresh, including your trash.
But first, hands down, the best smell in the morning?
Oh, yeah. Coffee. Well, it's the smell like ours is ready right now. It's time for a coffee break.
$7.54. Trending now, Liquid Death may not sound like the best branding choice for a beverage name.
But it turns out it was actually a brilliant move. A startup with the exact name, the Liquid Death Canned Water Company, sells water in 16-ounce beer cans. They named themselves Liquid Death because they say they are serious about eliminating plastic in landfills. Liquid Death sells their water in aluminum cans, which are made up of recycled materials.
I kind of love that, actually. The company now approaching a $1 billion evaluation. Since its 2019 launch, it has had just explosive growth due to loyal fans, unique packaging, and very clever marketing. I would have thought it was a beer. I mean, it looks like a beer. It's everything about it. The name.
Yeah,
mountain water.
And it's a little bit more pricier, I'll just tell you, when you do go buy them versus you're like, oh, a 24-pack of plastic.
Saving the world, Tom?
I know. Or the cans, you're like, it's like $6 difference. It's all water, right? It's all water. Okay, pumpkin spice season, it's here.
And now even your trash can smell like it.
Hefty selling cinnamon pumpkin spice ultra strong trash bags, because why not? The company says limited edition scented trash bags are perfect for people who want their home smelling fall fresh.
The bags are available online on Hefty's website. They cost around $6 per pack, but is that for the $30, the 20-pack? I think so.
Yeah, it looks like 20-pack. Yeah,
okay.
$6. All right, a little bit pricier, but not
I like
bad.
candles.
Yeah. Well, the sun is back in Baltimore after days of clouds, rain, and just weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long we can expect to see it in our region.
Fox 45 News received documents saying a man shot 2 Squeegee kids. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain his motive, plus an expert weighs in.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking a live look over both Camden Yards and M&T Bank Stadium here this morning. The Orioles finishing their 2022 season on a high note. Yesterday, they split the doubleheader win with the Toronto Blue Jays. And what that means is that they finished the year with an 83-79 record. That is a winning season, their first in 6 years. The Ravens, meantime, just getting started here. Their third home game of the regular season this Sunday with a kickoff just after 8 p.m. And we've got the sun shining down on them here this morning. Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday. Thursday, October 6th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers and see how the weekend is shaping up for the game.
Yeah, not too bad, Megan. We're going to see temperatures that will be above average for the next few days, and then onto the weekend a little bit cooler, but overall we are going to stay dry. That's the best news, I think, for a lot of us, considering we've had about almost a week of nonstop rain. But Towson looking good right now, nice and clear as you step out early on your Thursday morning. A cool, clear morning at that, with sunny and drier conditions for the day and then warming back up, not only this afternoon, but over the next couple of days. You can see that in your out and aboutcast. Next hour, we're in the upper 50s, on the way to the 60s by 10 a.m. and on our way to the low and mid 70s for a lot of us for our highs this afternoon. Those numbers some 4 or 5 degrees above average for this time of year. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Breaking news overnight. A woman found shot in northwest Baltimore. It happened around 11 p.m. last night. Officers sent to the 4700 block of Pimlico Road there. When they got there, officers found the woman shot in the leg. She was taken to an area hospital. Anyone with information about the incident is asked to contact detectives at 410-396-2466. You see that number on your screen there. If you wish to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number just popped up there. It's 1-866-7-LOCKUP. 8:01, and we begin in a city in crisis. Another shocking story involving Squeegee kids. Police say a man shot at 3 Squeegee kids, hitting 2 of them after he says Squeegee kids stole thousands of dollars from his mother. Fox 45 News has heard dozens of stories about heated exchanges with Squeegee kids since the murder of Timothy Reynolds in July. This latest is reigniting questions about what the city is doing to keep drivers and Squeegee kids safe. This case involving a man taking the law into his own hands is now causing reaction from all across the city. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning at a popular area where you often see Squeegee kids. Olivia, there's been blame pretty much placed everywhere, especially on city leaders.
Yeah, Megan, that's right. And Fox 45 News received the documents laying out what happened, and it all began back in May, right here on the corner of East Belvedere and Fenwick Avenues, when Squeegee kids allegedly stole thousands of dollars from a woman. The incident happening on May 17th, and the following day, Zamil Dixon approached Squeegee kids at a different corner and offered them money to help him move some items. The Squeegee kids then got into Dixon's truck, where he took them to Edmondson Avenue, flashed a handgun, and asked, quote, "Who did this to my mom? Who took the money the other day?" That's when Dixon shot at the Squeegee kids, shooting the 17-year-old in the head and the 23-year-old in the neck. Now, the third kid escaped, and the 2 that were shot survived the attack.
A messed up scenario. The parents need to get more control of their kids. It's definitely getting out of hand. I mean, it's deeper than what we see on the surface. Yeah. A whole lot deeper.
Now, police learned of Dixon's connection to the Squeegee kids after he spoke about it in a phone call to his brother in jail. But it's still unclear whether the shooting victims were the same ones who stole money from his mother. But dozens of people have reported that Squeegee kids have stolen money from them in recent months, along with many reports of violent encounters with Squeegee kids. But presumptive incoming state's attorney Ivan Bates has said that the squeegeeing has to stop because it's not safe for both the kids and the drivers. But current city leaders have refused to clear the corners. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. And now there are many questioning city leaders and if anything will change after another incident involving Squeegee kids. This morning, we're bringing former candidate for City State's Attorney Thuru Vignarajah into this to weigh in. Thuru, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
I want to start with that jailhouse phone call, just talking about the legality of this. That's how they were able to track down this suspect. Can that actually hold up in court?
Look, that's a very powerful piece of evidence where you hear people providing the motive behind the shooting. But at the end of the day, you're going to need live witnesses. And it sounds like the victims may very well have been cooperative. They obviously shared with the police what the alleged perpetrator of the crime said to them in the car, what he said to them right before he shot them. And just to put this in context, but for shock trauma and Johns Hopkins, this could be 2 fatalities. They were shot in the neck and in the head. But they appear to be in a position to be able to tell the story and potentially testify against the defendant.
As we break down what happened here, I mean, we've been hearing so many instances of violent interactions between drivers and Squeegee kids, both of them at times taking the fault and the blame for it. What's the answer here? It seems as though this is a never-ending situation.
I mean, this is a tragedy that we are going to see on repeat because our city politicians are doing nothing about it. We are creating the preconditions for violence. We're allowing thousands of tense interactions every day. What do you think is going to happen? You're literally pouring gasoline inside of a bar, waiting for somebody to walk in with a cigarette and light it on fire. Our city politicians need to stop pointing fingers at one another. If one person is not willing to enforce the law, there are others. The Maryland State Police could enforce the law. The sheriff's office could enforce the law. There's ways to put pressure on the mayor and the police commissioner to do their job. So simply saying, well, they're not doing their job, so I can't do mine, I don't think that's going to be a satisfying answer to the people, and certainly not to the motorists and the Squeegee boys who are putting themselves at risk.
I want to bring up a question on those lines. We had about 30 seconds that we aired earlier this morning of city council members saying that this is unsafe for everyone involved, the drivers, the Squeegee kids. So we're seeing that people aren't happy in city council with how this is being handled. What else can they do other than express that?
Well, they've got to express it to the people that actually make a difference, to the state's attorney, to the mayor, the police commissioner. After the fact, to express outrage when a camera's in front of them feels like a dollar short and a day late. They have been in office for 4 years, 8 years, and suddenly, because election season is upon them, they're whistling a different tune. We need better than that. We don't need just words. We need actions. And if you're going to focus on words, at least direct them to the people that can actually make a difference.
Interesting. Drew, thanks again for weighing in.
Thanks for having me.
And this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think city leaders ignoring the Squeegee kid crisis? Are they doing that? So far, as we look at this, 99% of those who have weighed in so far say yes. You can weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. A family of 4 believed to be kidnapped is now dead. Still to come, the terrifying surveillance video capturing the start of this incident.
And shifting gears, talking about our weather, where we've got blue skies out there, and we are taking a look at numbers that are going to be warmer for the afternoon. We'll break it all down for you coming up. 8:09 is your time right now as we take a live look. This is actually Sandestin Beach, Florida. And just a week ago, obviously, we're talking about that major storm that was impacting that state, still cleaning up there in the Sunshine State. We've got a lot more sunshine for us here at home as the remnants of Ian are now gone. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with the weekend ahead. That's coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. 8:10 and breaking overnight. The family of 4 believed to be kidnapped in Merced, California, are found dead. Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning with the latest on the suspect's callous moves here. Taylor.
Look, the bodies of that family of 4 found in an orchard in Merced. Now, this is mother Jocelyn Kerr and her husband here, as well as their 8-month-old daughter. That child's uncle, Amandeep Singh, among the 4 people found dead. Police say they have a suspect in custody, but the sheriff is saying this is one of their worst fears come true.
Circumstances around this, when we are able to release everything, should anger the hell out of you on how things went down. I told the other crew that was here earlier there's a special place in hell for this guy.
Now, this is the surveillance video. It is absolutely terrifying. You can see that family being forced out of a building and into a nearby truck. And look at this, the suspect, identified as Jesus Salgado by police, wearing a mask and a hood as he forces them out at gunpoint. You can see mother Jocelyn Kerr clutching her newborn baby in what is the last time anyone has seen this family alive.
You know, you really want to wish we were in the Wild West. You know, to take this guy out and string him up. But we have a judicial system. We're going to use the judicial system.
Now, here's a look at Jesus Salgado, the suspect in this case. Police say he tried to take his own life before he was taken into custody, but he is now at the hospital, alert and speaking. We'll update you when we learn more information from this case. Megan.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Baltimore City schools under fire from the state. Why student rights violations have some saying city leaders are looking the other way. And Marylanders have the chance to vote in just 1 month. Coming up in this morning's Waste Watch, the controversial amendments and local ballot initiatives we expect to see. 8:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
8:14. In addition to the national, state, and local races that will be decided November 8th, there are several amendments and local ballot initiatives. Over the next few weeks, we're going to be examining some of these and what they mean for you. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us this morning with the amendment that would legalize the possession and use of marijuana. David, good morning. What would this amendment do?
Good morning, Megan. And this is a pretty big step for Maryland, right? Because right now, marijuana is legal medicinally, but not for personal use. And what this amendment would do is make it legal for personal use, to possession and personal use. It's 1.5 ounces, so, nothing crazy. You have to be 21 years or older to possess it and to use it. And really, the next step is that this would really, if it passes, it would become legal really July 1st, because the state legislature, they actually passed legislation that implements the regulating structure, the taxes, and just, the foundation of what's happening once it's legal.
That's what I was going to ask you, what this means for the state when it comes to money, to revenue, taxes possibly.
Yeah, so the marijuana moolah, we've seen this in other states where Colorado, about the same population, brings in about $400 million a year in revenue. And then you look at Washington, same population, about $550 million. So, Megan, this is going to be a lot of money for the state of Maryland. And this is going to be new money, because right now, marijuana sales are an underground activity, right? They're not out in the open. So this is going to be new money. And another thing is that, let's look at Pennsylvania. People from Pennsylvania may come to Maryland and buy their pot because it's not legal in Pennsylvania. So, listen, I know there's a lot of, some opposition to this. A lot of people don't like, legalizing a drug, but financially it could help the state.
Financially, it sounds great. Is there a downside?
Again, it's marijuana, and, there's still people that, just don't like to use drugs, and that's fine. And, in some states, they have seen some increase in DUIs of people that have been smoking marijuana, some law enforcement issues. But I think all in all, when you bring something, out into the legal aspect of it, it gets rid of the cartels, it gets rid of the underground aspect of this. And I think that, not opining here, but, this could be good financially. But again, there are some reservations about legalizing a drug.
Interesting. And it's important to talk about this before we get to that November election day. We appreciate it. And next week, David, we're going to talk about the Inspector General. Is that right?
My favorite subject, the Inspector General, and how to strengthen the office. Absolutely.
Looking forward to that. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
8:17 now. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin. Beautiful shot behind him.
Yeah, exactly right, Megan. And that's what we've been talking about all morning. We all watched the sunrise together a little earlier this morning. Looking good over the stadiums. We talked about the O's and their winning season. The Ravens back at home on Sunday night. Hopefully can get their first home win of the season. I don't want to say anything negative, but 5 straight losses at home going back to last year. So hopefully they can right the ship against the Bengals coming in town Sunday night. 53-year temp right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Overall, a little westerly wind, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Hank the Bird excited for the brighter days. Yep, 58 next hour, lower 70s by noon and into the mid to upper 70s through the 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. The average this time of year is 72, so a lot of us will be in the lower 70s across Carroll and northern Baltimore County. 74 Cockeysville, Hunt Valley over to Perry Hall and White Marsh. Mid 70s in Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River as well. Up and down the East Coast, looking pretty good. Look at these numbers. Low to mid 70s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. Even 69 down the ocean there, and 74 in Cumberland. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, no issues here. Got 3 greens for you in terms of your car wash cast, so definitely get them cleaned up from all of the rain that we've had. Here's a look at our future scan. So we stayed dry this afternoon, nothing to get in our way, even less wind than we've seen the last couple of days. Now tomorrow, our next weather maker is this guy, this cold front coming through. It's a dry cold front, so it's not going to be associated with really any moisture. You'll see an increase in cloud cover, and then you'll see those cooler temperatures behind the front. So we're actually going to stay warm tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night, Saturday morning, that's when that cold air is going to filter in. Could have some frosty situations in some of our high elevations of western Maryland, but by the time we get to Saturday afternoon, we're looking good. And Sunday, those temperatures will actually start to warm up once again. Shout out to Matthew in Abingdon. That is Manny the doggy right there, just kind of chilling on the couch. So thank you, Matthew, for sending that picture in. Always love these Furcast pet pics. I don't know about you, but I was happy to get Nika the weather wolf out yesterday after the rain rolled through, and she was very very happy to sit outside and enjoy her little mud spot out back. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. We'll keep those upper 70s today and tomorrow. Overnight lows into the 50s now. 63 on Saturday. That's it. Some of us stay in the upper 50s throughout the day. It will be breezy as well, so you'll feel that fall chill Saturday morning. Sunday, though, looking good. Warmer numbers, and then we keep that warming trend as we head toward next week. And don't forget, sting, right there on the bottom of your screen. You take a picture of that little squiggly thing, and boom, that app is right there in the palm of your hand. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Still to come this morning, how a furry friend takes the spotlight away from the New York Mets and Washington Nationals. What do you see that?
And this morning at the McDaniel Environmental Center, look at this beauty. We'll get into everything. We'll tell you what's out here and about the grants that are funding this amazing facility. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is 8:23, and it is so Baltimore. McDaniel College, my husband's alma mater, by the way, Western Maryland back then, is expanding its research with an all-new environmental center.
Yeah, right there in Carroll County Center, dubbed as an outdoor learning lab, and not only for students, but the community as well. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live in New Windsor with more. Good morning, Mark.
Thank you. Hey guys, we're having a great time out here. We've been taking a look at all the facilities, all the outdoor stuff, and Jason is the king out here. Jason, you actually know all the ins and outs. Last week you unveiled this, and so tell us all about it and also the grants that's funding this and this historic home we're looking at also.
Yeah, well, hey, Mark, it's great to have you out here today. So we're in front of the historic Manor House. This house was built in 1790.
Wow.
Yeah, and what we're doing out here is developing a center for environmental learning for McDaniel College, as well as for our community partners. We got a $2.3 million grant from the state to basically take this house and turn it into an amazing learning center. It's going to be a field house for field research, experiential learning. We're really excited about it.
And Jason, you were talking about that, when you say that experiential learning and being outdoors,
yeah.
You told me about the benefits when you're outdoors. What happens? Just briefly, tell us about that, because that was amazing to me. You gave me a term, I forgot it already, but you were saying what the plants are doing to us when we're out here outside feeling it.
Yeah, so I was talking about plants release isoprenes, which are interacting with our bodies. So it calms us or has all sorts of interactions. So Mark, as you've been out here today, you're having great insights, and that's the plants, and that's the environment and the calmness and the isoprenes. But experiential learning is learning by doing, and that's what we're doing out here. We have a farming program, we have a natural resource program, environmental science. Our students learn in the classroom, and then they get to come out here and apply that knowledge.
See, so guys, Justin, you could calm you down. Megan,
me?
all that happens out here, man. That's what the students are getting.
I like the isoprenes. That's kind of cool. It makes me feel like I want to try some isoprenes.
We're going to send you out there.
Okay, good. All right, Mark. Thanks. That was awesome.
We're going to put more information on our website too, foxbaltimore.com/newslink.
All right, the sun is back for today and tomorrow, but what about the weekend? I have more in my forecast coming up in just a few.
You do?
Yeah.
Baltimore City leaders are meeting today to discuss resources available for victims of crime. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain everything we can expect from that meeting. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
How can you allow this to happen to a child? That's my question.
Yeah, parents and education advocates outraged after finding out Baltimore City schools have been violating students' rights. Coming up, what city leadership is doing and not doing about this issue. Just about 8:29 on this Thursday, October 6th. I'm Tom Rogers. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because you may have noticed you may need to get some sunglasses all of a sudden. Got to dust them off and head outside.
I know. It's weird, Tom. You know, yesterday I was leaving to meet you. We went and had a little lunchy out there at Carson's Creekside over there in Middle River. And I grabbed the glasses just in case. Didn't need them yesterday. You definitely need those sunglasses this morning and throughout most of the day today, too, because we have a lot of sun that is finally back with us. Our Towson camera here, Mile 1 Auto Group cam, looking good at this time with no issues. And temperatures statewide are mainly in the 40s and 50s. A lot of us in the 50s here for Bel Air and Baltimore, down through Annapolis. 54 your temp right now in Westminster up there in Carroll County. So upper 50s next hour and lower 60s by 10 a.m. Overall, a cool start to your morning run, but great day for some outdoor exercise. Upper 70s today and tomorrow. And notice on Saturday, right there on the right side of your screen, that temps will drop back to the lower 60s. So we will have cooler temperatures for this upcoming weekend. We'll break this down a bit further for you coming up on that big green wall in a few minutes from right now. Tom, I tell you, the commute is so much better than the last couple of days, right?
It is, unless you're taking the Fort McHenry Tunnel right now. You see one side getting through there. This is southbound lanes. Board 2, that middle lane. 5 vehicles involved in an accident in there. Obviously, it's in the tunnel. There's no cameras to show you, but you can see the traffic is moving fine on the right. Actually, just started picking up a little bit quicker there. Still, you're down from 4 lanes down to 2, so it's causing some backups. Baltimore City schools under fire from the state after violating the rights of multiple students. Project Baltimore's Chris Paff joining us live this morning to explain why the city leadership appears to be looking the other way. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. So the Maryland State Department of Education is certainly taking this seriously, and in many ways they're dropping the hammer on Baltimore City Public Schools, saying they are violating the federal education rights of students with disabilities. But the leadership within Baltimore, Tom, they don't really seem to be taking this too seriously at all. In fact, they're just looking the other way. So what had happened here was, we had been doing these stories, Project Baltimore has, on these students with disabilities who were not getting the education they needed. Their parents filed disability complaints with the state. The state investigated and agreed that their federal education rights were violated. So we reached out to Bill Ferguson, who is the Senate President of Maryland, who represents Baltimore City. We reached out to city schools. We reached out to Brandon Scott. We reached out to all the city council members in Baltimore City. The president, Nick Mosby, on down. Only one person, Tom, one person got back to us, and that was Mayor Brandon Scott. And he said he has faith in the city schools leadership. Faith in the city schools leadership. Currently, what we have in Baltimore City is we have a governor who is calling for a criminal investigation into grade changing. We have these federal violations of students with disabilities. We have the Maryland GOP in the House has called for the CEO to resign. We have the scandal at Augusta Fells, which we're still waiting to hear back on that. Right. We have a lot of things going on in the city, and Bill Ferguson, the Senate President, can't even take the time to write us back, and we called him and emailed him multiple times, and Mayor Brandon Scott has faith in the school leadership. So that's where we are.
Yeah, where you are. In the meantime, though, your story's involving very well done, showing that the most vulnerable in city schools not getting the help they need, not getting the education, and people are lying about their attendance because they just need a school nurse or somebody there to assist them. And the city schools got the money, though, to actually fund this, right?
Yep. But they got $210 million. $210 million. These are state, local, and federal dollars that are coming into the school system with the specific purpose. The only purpose is to help students with disabilities. City schools kept the $210 million. Clearly, they're not going to give it back. But at least these 4 students did not get the services that they were required under federal law. And that's really what we're asking here. Like, if the money is coming into the school system, again, $210 million, not a small amount of money, and the students are not getting the services, where is the money going? And these are kind of the questions that a lot of people have been asking for years in a system that gets $1.6 billion tax dollars a year, but yet is one of the lowest performing large systems in America. Where is the money going? And in this instance, the state has said the money is not going to the students. But again, the mayor has faith We hear nothing from the Senate President. We hear nothing from Council President Nick Mosby, none of the City Council members. And we were simply asking them, what are you doing to try to improve the situation in the school system, specifically for these students with disabilities?
Yeah, Chris, we're out of time, too. Nothing either from the school board, of course, or the North Avenue.
Nothing from the school board.
Yeah, unbelievable. All right. Thank you for holding our leaders accountable, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom. If
you are the parent of a child with disabilities who's not receiving the education they deserve, as Chris Papps was just breaking that down, Project Baltimore wants to hear from you. In fact, call their hotline, send them an email, or follow them on their progress on social media. It's all right there on your screen for you. Turning now to a city in crisis, a spiking crime in a matter of just 1 hour. 3 shot, 1 stab, 2 of those victims dying. This comes just 2 days with no homicides. And according to the Baltimore Police Department, officers were in the area when they heard gunshots coming near the intersection of Edmondson Avenue and North Franklintown Road just before 2 yesterday morning. Once on the scene, officers found a man who had been shot multiple times. He was pronounced dead at the scene. A short time later, police said 2 men, ages 22 and 23, arrived at the hospital with gunshot wounds. Officers say the victims were also shot in that same area. Now, a spotlight is being held over the victims of the violence. The Public Safety and Government Operations Committee will be holding an oversight hearing along with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as MONSE, in the Baltimore Police Department. Olivia Dance is joining us live now from downtown Baltimore with what is expected to come of this meeting. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, that's right. And the meeting will be at 2 this afternoon at City Hall, and members of law enforcement and several city leaders will be there. And during the meeting, a report released by the Department of Justice National Public Safety Partnership Program will be discussed. Now, the team responsible for the report was tasked with developing an understanding of the services offered for victims of crime in Baltimore. And that report focused on 4 areas, specifically the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety-led activities, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement-led activities, or MONSE, the Police Department-led activities centered around the expansion of the Victims Services Unit, and then lastly, PSP-led activities. And leaders from all 4 of those agencies will be at the meeting this afternoon, so it'll definitely be interesting to see if any major changes happen based on that PSP report. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. One of those areas of focus, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety-led activities. Now, Fox 45 News spoke with Anthony Barksdale last week to hear about his take on the crime and the slow pace of progress.
Is 1 homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
1 homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress, so I'm not arguing with you on that point. But -1 is a start.
Our Mackenzie Frost has done extensive research into the MONSE program, specifically Safe Streets. You can read more on those investigations on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Some parts of Florida are holding their heads high when it comes to Hurricane Ian cleanup. A positive mindset when trying to make it through these tough times. The sun returns today. You know it. Just step outside. Temperatures starting to warm up, too. Getting to the 70s by this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how the temperatures will be holding up through your weekend plans. 8:37 is your time.
8:40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock as we look out from our Towson camera right now. Now, you're not seeing a lot of the trees change colors quite yet, but what we need are nice sunny afternoons, clear, crisp nights. That's what we're going to have over the next week or so. So we do expect a lot more of those colors starting to pop. Garrett County already getting into some of those fall colors coming through. Out in your yard and gardening cast, maybe getting the mums planted here today, getting some more of those decorations out for Halloween. Good day to do that with numbers climbing to the mid to upper 70s and plenty of sun for the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Developing now, North Korea staging bombing drills, scrambling fighter jets over South Korea. Taylor Stewart is in the live center with the latest tests coming from North Korea and the rapidly increasing tension. Taylor.
And we can't understate how rapidly this is raising. Now, Tom, this comes just a couple hours after North Korea fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles. Take a look at this test strike. Now, this is the 6th short-range missile test in the last week. The first missile flying 200
denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. He hasn't shown an inclination to move in that direction, and quite frankly, he's moving in the opposite direction.
Now, just a few hours ago, North Korea's foreign minister releasing a statement calling the deployment of the ship a serious threat to the stability of the situation in the North Korean peninsula. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this as it unfolds this morning. That's the latest here at the Live Center. Tom.
All right, thank you, Taylor. Residents from Sanibel Island finally get the green light to return to their homes from boat or from that makeshift road they're building. How those from Maryland are helping the Floridians impacted by Hurricane Ian. How loyal fans of Canned Water Company are responsible for eliminating some plastic in landfills. .45 and the aftermath of Hurricane Ian cleanup continues. Latest death toll from the storm in the U.S. currently 125 in Florida and North Carolina. That number expected to rise, though, in the coming days. Sanibel Island residents were finally welcomed home yesterday for the first time since this storm. Now, since the road from the island to the mainland was just completely destroyed, they've been hiring private boats to take them home over to the island, and what they see is just heartbreaking. Estimates of hurricane damage from Hurricane Ian could reach $55 billion in Florida alone. As of now, it's not known how much of that damage was not insured, though. Pine Island residents are also keeping their spirits up despite the extensive damage to their neighborhoods and their homes and businesses. The community, in some places, wiped out there too. Ian hit that area again, obviously last week. Thousands still without electricity, water, fuel. And many feel just lucky, though, to be alive when they see all this damage. Emergency responders, utility personnel have been working around the clock to clear the roads, restore the power, and rescue anyone who still may be trapped.
We feel as a community that if we leave the island, abandon it, nobody's going to take care of that problem of fixing our road in and out. We felt that if we stood together, stood ground, put our, started yelling from here and making sure that our governor knows who we are and our conditions. We have thousands of people here. So it's not something that we're not going to sit here and wait for 6 months for that problem to be solved. We want an immediate solution to our issue.
And DeSantis is already doing that as the residents across Florida continue their cleanup efforts. Volunteers racing against the clock to save the hundreds of pets still stranded.
So far, we have taken in 190 animals from all across the state and other shelters that have been horribly affected by the storm, where they can't even properly care for their animals because they don't have water, they don't have electricity.
Well, during the storm, some pets were separated from their owners, and others were surrendered after their owners lost everything. Now, with the shelter still standing, quickly they are filling up here. Officials must now send the influx of dogs and cats to facilities in other states. FEMA officials warning the damages from Ian expected to cost the federal government again into the billions. Some numbers around 55, upwards of 70 billion. Taking a live look over Key West this morning here, too. It looks beautiful as that cleanup continues, though, north and west of there. Here's a look at Florida's Division of Emergency Management has accomplished so far. More than 34 million bottles of water have been distributed, 9 million meals. At least 500 generators have also been installed, and there are more than 1.4 million gallons of fuel available. Maryland Task Force 1 also on the ground in Florida, helping neighborhoods in the southwest part of the state. The crew includes first responders from Montgomery and Howard counties. In an interview with our sister station out of Washington, D.C., one of the task force members says the resiliency of the people of Florida is an inspiration to their entire crew. Well, 8:48 is the time, so we want to find out exactly the weather. Ian was lingering around here, raining on us, it seemed like, for days there. Meteorologist Justin Chambers says just had to wait until Thursday. We're here.
Yeah, here we go, Tom. You mentioned it earlier. I just stepped outside myself. It almost does have kind of that spring feel because, after like a spring rainstorm and everything's nice and fresh. But we know it's fall, and we know that those temperatures are going to get chillier as we head toward the weekend. Taking a live look here over Towson right now in our live camera, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We are seeing lots of sunshine right down York Road, and things are looking good and smelling and feeling good too. We'll eventually get more of those leaves to start changing, especially as we head toward the weekend. 53-year temp right now in Towson. A little westerly wind, about 5 to 10 miles an hour, officially at BWI. Look, Carlos the Crab, he's back into his happy place right there. A 5 out of 5 on the Crabcast for today because we finally got that sun and we're not waterlogged like we've been for the last week or so. It seems like it's been a lot longer. Golfers maybe trying to hit the links today. Upper 50s next hour, lower 70s into the noon hour, and mid to upper 70s as you head toward the afternoon. Great scores and also great numbers, right? 72 is typically where we are this time of year. We'll be about 4 or 5 degrees above average later today, with Westminster and Bel Air in the low 70s over to Elkton. 73 in Chestertown, Stevensville and Annapolis at 72, and mid to upper 70s for Baltimore City. Traveling around the country today, we're talking about mid 80s for Memphis and Nashville, 80 in Atlanta, 90 in Dallas. But look at the colder air there in Bismarck, North Dakota, and Minneapolis. Highs in the 40s and 50s in that part of the country this afternoon. Now, we're going to keep our temps above average at least for today and tomorrow. And then notice what happens on Saturday. That number drops below average before we steadily see a rise toward next week. So it'll be short-lived as we see those numbers come back down with that cold front on the way. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, no issues here. Green lights across the board for the next 3 days as we are staying dry and really no rain in sight. This is a look at our future scan. Again, staying dry for the afternoon. afternoon and through tomorrow as well. Now, there's the cold front that's coming in tomorrow afternoon, so we're going to stay warm ahead of that. Then the cold front will pass through. You get a little bit more cloud cover. Overall, a dry cold front. We're not tracking more rain with that. Saturday morning going to wake up chilly, but by Saturday afternoon, upper 50s and lower 60s, and then those warmer numbers will continue into Sunday as well. Just 25 days out until Halloween, 7 weeks from today, Thanksgiving, and 80 days until Christmas. How about that? Here's that 7-day forecast for you, and look at that. No rain in sight. We've got a cooler and drier weekend and breezy on Saturday. Should be great for tailgating Sunday afternoon. We do have an evening game or a night game Sunday night at M&T Bank Stadium with the Ravens and Bengals, and then those numbers climb into the middle of next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a shot from Tamara. And this is the calm after the storm there on the beach over there on the coast. So thank you for that shot, Tamara. We love to get your pictures, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen. Jasmine Lomax joining us in the 9 o'clock hour with more on our forecast heading toward the weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a quick look at your Len Stoller traffic network. The biggest issue right now, you see it, all the red right there. Fort McHenry Tunnel, even slowdowns in the Harbor Tunnel. Does that just change? So the update, the slowdown because 5 vehicles in one of the southbound bores, the center one, is out. So you want to go to your right-hand lane there to be able to go southbound on the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And those that are switching, trying to get across still on 895, starting to see some slowdowns because of the volume. Liquid Death. May not sound like the best branding choice for a beverage name. Turns out it's actually a brilliant move. Started with the exact name, the Liquid Death Canned Water Company sells water in 16-ounce looking beer cans, right? They named themselves Liquid Death because they are serious about eliminating plastic in landfills. Liquid Death sells their water in aluminum cans, which are made up of recycled materials. The company is now approaching a $1 billion valuation since its 2019 launch. It's explosive growth due to loyal fans, unique packaging, and what they say is clever marketing, too. Also trending now, the pitch, the catch, not the Aaron Rodgers $2 million catch, but something a little bit different. This guy was spotlight of the game when the New York Mets took on the Washington Nationals Tuesday. Francisco Lindor, he went back-to-back with Brandon Nimmo, and this furry friend got one of the balls. Some people on Twitter commented that he's the real MVP. Today, we're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month right here in studio. Still to come, how one Venezuelan restaurant owner is providing hope to those from her origins. The O's, they came out on top with a winning season for the first time in 6 years. Still to come, we break down their success. And success on any level, as we all know, starts with coffee. It's time for a coffee break. 8:56, and in your morning business report, the CDC investigation into the E. coli outbreak linked to Wendy's has ended without a clear cause. The outbreak spread to 6 states and made more than 100 people sick. CDC originally focusing on romaine lettuce that Wendy's uses in its sandwiches, as many of the affected people consumed items that had it. The CDC recently closed the evaluation on the outbreak and said specific cause just wasn't found. FDA says 13 customers experienced acute kidney failure. Some of them have sued Wendy's. Congress may move quickly to close a national security agreement with the social media app. That's because of possible changes to the balance of Congress after midterm elections. Report says the Biden administration officials may finalize an agreement with TikTok. That's the Chinese-owned social media app, and ByteDance, its parent's company. The administration has been negotiating with TikTok executives for more than a year. Lawmakers have major concerns on how TikTok user data is shared within the Chinese government. Popular home security system goes down, raising customer concerns. Ring, the home security company, experienced outages with several of its app functions. Alarmed users took to social media, with some saying that they were locked out of their accounts or were unable to upload the Ring app. Ring says a back-end error during a routine system update disabled some of the customers' usage. Ring says its system was not hacked and that the error has now been fixed. All right, let's get to it, right? It's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Everybody, I've got something to show you today that you're all very familiar with, but there's an extra twist. Now, we all love a good air fryer. It's quick. We avoid the oil, the calories, seriously, like 70% less calories. But as a designer, and I'm sure a lot of you share this with me, I think they're bulky, they're not so cute, and they take up way too much space on the counter. Okay, my rant is over. Needless to say, when the air roll showed up in the mail, I was doing a little dance. Let me tell you about this solution-based product that is going to solve all your bulky air fryer issues. It's called the Air Whirl Crisper, and it can turn any pan into an air fryer. So you just place this lid on any pan that you already have, and your food will be air fried in a fraction of the time. I used it the same day it arrived. Put the lid on, press the button, done. And then you're winning because you can put it all away in the drawer. The Air Whirl is so easy to use, battery operated. You can store it without any of those tangled wires. And the thermometer is right here in the front of the lid. So you always know what temperature you are cooking at, just like you would on any traditional air fryer. Right now on ASA Deals, we are offering an exclusive 33% off the Air Whirl Crisper. You guys take advantage of this deal because they're not going to last long. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are following two big stories for you this hour. A man shoots two Squeegee kids after he says they stole thousands of dollars from his mother. Fox 45 News continues to press elected leaders on what the city is doing to keep drivers and Squeegee kids safe.
And after 2 days without any homicides in Baltimore, Wednesday got off to a violent start with 3 shot, 1 stab. What the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is doing to shine a spotlight on victims of violence. 9 o'clock on this Thursday, October 6th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, where we've got some exciting news in your weather center.
Yeah, the rain's finally over. We've been starting off this morning around 61 with mostly cloud. It says mostly cloudy. We're seeing a little more sunshine right now. Winds are out of the west around 6 miles per hour. Overall, a very nice start to the day, especially after we were in the 50s for the past few days, 60s yesterday. And today we're finally talking that warm up along with the sunshine. Across the state, we're seeing numbers in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. Annapolis also at 60, one of the warm spots this morning, but we're all looking at a nice warm up. Here's the current setup. We have high pressure over the region. That's keeping us nice and dry. It's keeping it very comfortable outside, but we're also talking a nice warm up. Yesterday we hit 65. We'll be about 12 degrees warmer with highs above average. I'll let you know how long you can expect these nice temperatures to stick around and when we have our next cool down coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got the left tube blocked on 95. This is at the Fort McHenry tunnel there. Not pretty traffic, backed up, going in and out. You can see just inching along right there. Try to avoid it. 9:01, we've got some breaking news overnight of a shooting in the Northwest District. Around 11 p.m. last night, officers were sent to the 4700 block of Pimlico Road for reports of a shooting. When they arrived there, officers found a 32-year-old woman suffering from a gunshot wound to the leg. She was taken to an area hospital. Anyone with information is asked to call detectives at 410-396-2466. If you wish to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number just popped up on the bottom of your screen there, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. In a city in crisis, another shocking story involving Squeegee kids. Police say a man shot at 3 Squeegee kids, hitting 2 of them after he says Squeegee kids stole thousands of dollars from his mother.
Fox 45 News has heard dozens of stories about heated exchanges with Squeegee kids since the murder of Timothy Reynolds in July. This latest is reigniting questions about what the city's doing to keep drivers and Squeegee kids safe.
Well, this case involving a man taking the law into his own hands is now causing reaction from all across the city.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning at a popular area where we often see Squeegee kids. Olivia, there's blame being placed just about everywhere, but especially on city leaders.
Yeah, Tom, that's right. And Fox 45 News received the documents laying out what happened. And it all began back in May, right here on the corners of East Belvedere and Fenwick Avenues, when Squeegee kids allegedly stole thousands of dollars from a woman. The incident happening on May 17th. And then the following day, Zamil Dixon approached Squeegee kids at a different corner and offered them money to help him move some items. That's when the Squeegee kids got into Dixon's truck, where he took them to Edmondson Avenue, flashed a handgun, and asked, quote, "Who did this to my mom? Who took the money the other day?" That's when Dixon shot at the Squeegee kids, shooting the 17-year-old in the head and the 23-year-old in the neck. Now that third kid escaped, and the 2 that were shot survived the attack.
A messed up scenario. The parents need to get more control of their kids. It's definitely getting out of hand. It's deeper than what we see on the surface. Yeah. A whole lot deeper.
Police learned of Dixon's connection to the Squeegee kids after he spoke about it in a phone call to his brother in jail, but it's still unclear whether the shooting victims were the same ones who stole money from his mother. But dozens of people have reported that Squeegee kids have stolen money from them in recent months, along with many reports of violent encounters with Squeegee kids. Now, Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute blames city leaders who have refused to remove Squeegee kids from corners.
When the system stops enforcing its own rules, that means that other people are going to continue to take the law into their own hands. And this could have resulted in 3 murders because the city is abetting such a vigilantism by not enforcing basic laws.
Now, presumptive incoming state's attorney Ivan Bates has said the squeegeeing has to stop because it's not safe for the kids or the drivers, but current city leaders have refused to clear the corners. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has pressed city leaders on the Squeegee kid problem many times in the past, many of them pointing out this is dangerous, not just for drivers, but for Squeegee kids themselves.
I believe this activity is unsafe, unhealthy, and beneath the greatness and dignity of our young people.
It is not safe for anyone in that scenario. It is not safe for the people engaged in the squeegee activity. It's not safe for the motorists. It's not safe for nearby pedestrians. It's not safe for anyone.
It's also unsafe for these young people to be out there. It's just plain and simple unsafe.
Unsafe, so what will they do about it? Fox 45 News sent more questions to City Council after we heard about the latest squeegee concern, asking our first question right here. Will you put pressure on Mayor Scott to release the plans from his squeegee collaborative quicker? Well, the next question we sent along too is how long will people in Baltimore have to wait before something is done about this problem? And for the final question, we asked them too, for the safety of motorists and the squeegee kids, should the corners be cleared immediately? Well, it's been more than 15 hours now since we asked those questions, and so far this morning, we've not received any response from any council member, but we'll continue to seek those answers.
Earlier this morning, we spoke with former city prosecutor Kurt Nachman about the charges involved in this case. We asked if the defense could claim this was a crime of passion in court.
Who's investigating the fact that $2,000 plus was stolen from his mother? What, if anything, are the city leaders and the police department doing about that crime that occurred? And if they're not going to do something about it, people are ultimately going to take the law into their own hands, right or wrong. You can see how the system has failed at multiple levels here in this situation.
Now to our question of the day. Are city leaders ignoring the Squeegee kid crisis? And as you see on the bottom there, so far 99% of those who have voted say yes. You can still weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Breaking overnight, the family of 4 believed to be kidnapped in California are found dead.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart live from our live center this morning. Taylor, the incredible story, and is prompting some strong reaction, though.
Yeah, it is. It's just really inhumane when you think about it. Police finding that entire family dead in an orchard. That includes an 8-month little girl. You can see her here, mom and dad, but the sheriff not holding back. Take a listen.
You really want to wish we were in the Wild West, to take this guy out and string him up. But we have a judicial system. We're going to use the judicial system.
Now this morning, we're getting new angles of the surveillance video from the Merced Police Department. And you can see, the sheriff's office rather, you can see that family being forced out of a building and into a nearby truck. Take a look. The suspect, police have identified as Jesus Salgado, wearing a mask and a hood as he forces the family out of that building at gunpoint. You can see the mother, Jocelyn Kerr, clutching her newborn child in what is the last time anyone was seen in this family. Now, here's a closer look at the suspect. Police say Jesus Salgado tried to take his own life before he was taken into custody. He is in the hospital this morning. He's alert, and officials say they are talking to him. We will keep you updated here from the live center. Tom, Megan.
All right, thank you. Well, Fox 45, you can download the news app for your up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
9:08 now. Let's get another check of your forecast.
In fact, we have meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's here, and a beautiful start to this Thursday.
Start to the day. Yesterday, we were in the mid-60s for our high temperatures. This morning, we're already at 61, so we're making progress. We're back to those warmer temperatures today, but we are starting off with mostly cloudy skies and winds out of the west around 6 miles per hour. We'll have a little more sunshine as we head into the afternoon. Temperatures across the state are mainly in the 50s and the 60s, and for most of us, these numbers are warmer than they were just 24 hours ago. We've got high pressure to thank for the nice and dry conditions. We're also talking a little more sunshine with this high pressure system. So overall, a nice and comfortable day ahead of us as those temperatures reach the 70s. Over the next few days, we've got a couple of warm ones. Today, temperatures in the upper 70s. Tomorrow, the upper 70s too, with plenty of sunshine. A great way to start the weekend, but we do have a cold front coming, and that will knock our temperatures to the low 60s as we head into Saturday. I'll let you know how long the cooler temperatures stick around and when to expect the next warm up coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Coming up on 9:10, and it is so Baltimore. McDaniel College is growing its community reach in agricultural studies.
Yeah, with an all-new environmental center located right on its campus. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark. He's live hugging trees and getting a green thumb in New Windsor. Good morning, Mark.
That's right. Good morning. Ellie Ingo is here with us. When you say Ellie, you say agri-food. Well, not just that, but right?
Of course, yes.
Thanks
for being here with us, Mark. Yeah, so I am the coordinator of the Agri-Foods program at McDaniel College, which means we do agriculture and we do food. So it is literally garden or farm to table.
I love it.
Yeah, so the students, they work with me in my classes, like sustainable agriculture, to start plants, to collect seeds, and then we put everything in the ground and we grow food for our McDaniel community.
And it's all about getting the hands in the mud. I see we got tomatoes over there. We got some peas. What are we looking at, right? What's this here?
So this is an herb spiral that one of my interns built out of reclaimed material. So you've got cinder blocks, we've got compost, and then we've got a variety of herbs that we share at our free weekly produce stand on campus. People love culinary herbs.
And I can feel the excitement. You guys just got dusted off like last week, right? And so you're excited. What does it feel like that it's now here, it's arrived, and the future's ahead of us?
Oh, it just feels good. It feels good to have students out, like you said, hands in the dirt, mud under the fingernails, right? And it just feels good to celebrate. Everyone loves food, right? But when you can celebrate and eat food together, it's always a good time.
And guys, as you can see, it's beautiful out here. This is really exciting. I know that a lot of the young people and parents are excited about this opportunity to be involved in this amazing program. And this is just the beginning. It's going to just grow and grow and grow.
I hope she's putting you to work out there.
I'm on the tomatoes. Okay,
right.
Megan's always trying to get me to work. I'm going to be on the tomatoes later on.
It's a good thing you wore your suit. That's good.
Getting down and dirty.
Always looks good when he's gardening. Always looks good no matter what he does. Look at that. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. If you'd like some more information about the gardening, and you don't have to wear a suit to go out there, you can just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
All too often, substance abuse and mental health illness go hand in hand. Just ahead, the changes that need to be made in treatments to keep everyone healthy.
And while Baltimore is seeing a rise in crime, so is the rest of the country. We'll share the shocking numbers and why some experts think the number is even higher. 9/11's the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It is 9/14. It is Mental Health Awareness Week, and we know there are millions of people all across the nation who struggle with their own mental health. This morning, to shed light on the treatments that are available for you right now, Wendy and Sulaco with Ashley Addiction Treatment joining us live this morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. What are the most common mental health issues that you see?
Well, we've definitely been seeing an increase in mental health struggles amongst all populations in the United States throughout the last few years. Most commonly, of course, people struggle with depression and anxiety disorders, and this is impacting all age groups, from teens all the way up through our senior citizens.
It's so hard to pinpoint exactly where you fall, because there are people who have very minor health issues, mental health issues, and those who are severe. How do you know when it's time to get help? How do you know where you fall on that line of seriousness?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that no matter where a person falls on the line of seriousness, help is available, and help can help. So whether someone feels like they're struggling a little bit or a lot, it's important that they reach out and ask for the help that they need.
What does that help look like?
Well, treatment works. That's one point that I certainly want to make. Treatment works. So getting an assessment by a qualified mental health or substance abuse professional to help determine what type of treatment might be most useful for each person is important.
We hear the term co-occurring disorders as well when it comes to mental illness. What does that mean?
Co-occurring disorder is when two conditions exist simultaneously in the same person. So typically we're talking about a mental health disorder along with a substance use disorder.
Gotcha. And do you treat them both at the same time, or are they one and the same?
Well, the most effective approach for treating co-occurring disorders is an integrated approach. And sadly, 90% of people in our country who need treatment for co-occurring disorders do not receive the care that they need.
And I think just people wondering what that care looks like. Does this come in the form of therapy? Is it medicine? Is it a facility? You know, what does that look like?
Well, it's oftentimes a combination of both. Medications can be very effective for the treatment of depression in particular. Therapy is also very important as well. So making sure that you receive the combination of treatment to be most effective to address the symptoms that you're having, that's important.
Wendy, so important to talk about every day, but most importantly this week as we try to bring awareness. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
One good thing to help with the attitude, clouds, rain, gone.
That goes a long way.
It does. Huge. Vitamin D. In fact, you can get outside and get some of that in like, what, 15 minutes?
Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax here to let us know exactly when.
Oh, it's just such a nice day. This is the weather that really puts you in a good mood, especially after the continuous days of rain that we had. But that's all done with. We've got many dry days ahead of us, along with warmer temperatures, at least today. Currently, we sit at 61 with mostly cloudy skies. Winds are light right now out of the west around 6 miles per hour, and temperatures across the state here in our area, mainly the 50s and the 60s. We've got the 40s over toward western Maryland, but all of us are looking at a nice warm up. Yesterday's temperatures were in the mid 60s. Today, we're finally back to the 70s, actually the upper 70s, keeping us above average. Upper 70s again tomorrow for another great day and a great way to start the weekend. But then we have a cold front coming, and that's going to knock our temperatures down to the 60s as we head into Saturday. So overall, not too bad. We've got high pressure sitting over our region, keeping us nice and dry. Behind that, we've got a cold front on the way, and that's going to lead to that cool down. So today, enjoy the nice temperatures. We'll have a few clouds as we head into the afternoon. Then making our way into the evening, still looking nice and dry. So a great commute for you on your way home. Overnight, we'll have a few passing clouds, but we'll wake up to plenty of sunshine tomorrow morning. And notice that cold front starting to work its way into the state. That will be our next weather maker, moving across the state as we head into the afternoon. We'll still stay warm tomorrow, but behind that cold front, the cooler air will begin to usher in. As we head into the next few hours, 62 around 10 a.m., then those numbers gradually rise into the mid to upper 70s as we head into the afternoon. Expect a mix of sunshine and clouds throughout the day. Now this evening, if your plans take you to the pumpkin patch, you are in the green to go. Things look great. Temperatures at 74 around 5 p.m. Then those numbers gradually fall to the mid 60s by 8 p.m. So you may need the jackets or sweaters by that time. But overall, a great evening to head to the pumpkin patch. If you can't go today, tomorrow looks great too. Temperatures again around 77, but we'll have more sunshine. Then as we make our way into the weekend, those numbers do fall because of that cold front. Sunny on Saturday with temperatures around 63, 67 on Sunday with plenty of sunshine. It looks great for tailgating, but it will get a little bit cool as we head into the night for the Ravens game. Then 69 as we head into Monday with lots of sunshine. We'll have a few more clouds return as we head into the middle of the week, but temperatures return to the low 70s. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Jasmine. Now we have the good news continues with the Lens Solar Traffic Network. You're taking a look here at the traffic that was built up right at O'Donnell Street when you were going through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. There was 5 vehicles involved in that. They are now opening up, so both tubes southbound are open up, and you see the traffic will be look at that. It's even getting better as we speak, going from red to yellow now. So everybody's moving along just fine there. Well, as some people's stress levels rise, so do their spending habits. Just ahead this morning, the advice you should follow to keep calm with money in your pocket.
And food with a mission. Next, the Baltimore woman who is helping people fleeing their homeland find jobs here in the U.S. 9:20 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, now 23, yeah, bright spot right here for you. It's Hispanic Heritage Month. Today, we're highlighting a restaurant owner who is on a mission to offer Venezuelan chefs a landing pad with new opportunities.
Yeah, joining us now from Alma Cocina Latina, owner Irina Stein and executive chef David Zamudio. Welcome. Good morning. Buenos dias to both of you.
Good morning.
All right. Now, how did you both come to the United States? Tell us about that story.
I came to the United States in 1980. I went to Stanford University with a Fulbright scholarship to study cultural anthropology. Nice. So it's been now 42
The Cardinal,
years.
The tree, right? The Cardinal, Stanford Cardinal,
yes, it was a very big privilege.
And you started a restaurant, though, recently. How long have you had the restaurant here in Baltimore?
We started Alma Cocina Latina in 2015.
Oh, right. All right. Yeah, not bad at all. And you've been doing that here. You're on Charles Street, but you've been bringing in new chefs. David is one of your chefs that you brought from Venezuela, right? David, how long have you been working with Iran?
We've been working together 4 years. I came to Baltimore because I had a friend here. He knew about the restaurant. He loved the restaurant, and then we met through him. And then we started working.
That's it? You're like, all right, I love the U.S. and I love making food, right?
Irina, why is it so important to bring people from Venezuela here to your restaurant to make this great food?
Well, I wanted originally to do Alma Cocina Latina for the city of Baltimore, who's welcomed me beautifully.
I love that.
I've been in the food business since 2002. And people, the idea is to present immigrants contributing to society, contributing to gastronomy in this case, contributing to the city of Baltimore in the most lovely way.
I love that.
And that was the reason and purpose for the restaurant itself. Beyond the gastronomy, it's about giving back.
I love that. You're giving back. Now, I don't know if you should give Tom that thing. Why not? Tom, what are you doing over there?
I'm making art, buddy. Yeah. Edible art right here.
What are you preparing for us here, David?
So here we have a classic ceviche inspired with Peruvian flavors and also Venezuelan flavors. We tweaked classic ceviche with our native flavors, some chilies. We have a sweet potato puree.
Yeah, I was wondering what that thing is. It looks like noodles, but Tom is getting this sweet potato puree going, right? No, don't put it in your mouth.
He did a great job.
Look at that. I'm sorry, can you say that again, David?
He did a great job.
Thank you, Justin.
Here we have some green plantains spiced with some chilies and lime. We have some green onions. We have some red long peppers.
Nice. I like the onions in cold water, so we're not, crying right now.
We're not crying right now.
I love
and
that.
also, it helps you not keep the onion scent in your mouth.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
So before and after.
So if you do it all the time, you're not going to have this leftover sensation in your mouth of the raw onion.
We're learning something. Look at this. See, we're learning lots of things here at the kitchen set. And now this recipe, though, is on our website. So you can make this at home and figure out the ways to do it. Just need one of these little fancy tools, right?
Yeah, sweet potato puree. Thank you very much. Alma Cocina Latina. You can check them out. Just say hi to our friends over there. And very great thing you're doing. We appreciate you being here this morning.
Thank you very much.
Easy with that.
All right, well, the Baltimore Orioles with a triumphant end to their season, the 2022 season, what the team and fans are wishing for the 2023 season. And let me guess, playing a little bit longer in October?
Baltimore City leaders are meeting today to discuss resources available for victims of crime. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain everything we can expect from that meeting. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Thursday, October 6th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Feeling great. Just had a little bit of food.
There you go. What'd you make?
I don't know what I made, but there was some sweet potato kind of ooze that went around. They called it very nice. They had some nice...
you were focused on what you were doing.
Latina. Yeah, they had sweet potato puree.
Okay.
Yes,
Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, are you going to go try that?
Absolutely. I love ceviche, and it smells amazing, so I will be over there after
What did
this.
I make?
Ceviche.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I could not remember that. I just knew I took a couple bites of it. Amazing.
Yeah. Oh,
delicious.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, you're making me hungry right now. But whatever you do, this is a great day to eat outside. It's perfect. We've got temperatures starting this morning in the 60s, but we're heading to the 70s. We're starting with mostly cloudy skies over Baltimore and winds out of the west around 6 miles per hour. Across the state, 40s, 50s, 60s. Not too bad this morning. Better than the last few mornings when we had rain, those cool temperatures, but all of that is finished with. We've got high pressure over the region, keeping us nice and dry. We'll have a little more sunshine as we head into the afternoon. But overall, warm temperatures are on the way. Mid to upper 70s this afternoon, feeling more like late September, early October, but we're actually going to get back to that cool pattern as we head into the weekend. I'll let you know how low those temperatures fall coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Taking a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and yes, keeps getting better and better. There was 5 vehicles involved in an accident in one of the tubes at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and now it is getting better. Look at that. The yellow keeps changing as we speak, so no issues to report over there. We do have one incident that we need to talk about, though. That is 795 South, right towards McDonough Road. There's some a road work that's causing a slight delay there, and then the outer loop is all because of the volume.
It is 9:32, and we have breaking news overnight. A shooting in the Northwest District. Take a look at the map here. This happened around 11 o'clock last night. Officers went to Pimlico Road for reports of a shooting. When they got there, they found a 32-year-old woman suffering from a gunshot wound to the leg. She is expected to survive. Anyone with information about this is asked to call detectives at 410-396-2466. Now, if you wish to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number just popped up there at the bottom of your screen, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
9:32, and turning now to a city in crisis, a spike in crime in a matter of just 1 hour. 3 shot, 1 stab, 2 of those victims dying. This all comes after 2 days without any homicides in Baltimore.
According to the Baltimore Police Department, officers were in the area when they heard gunshots coming near the intersection of Edmondson Avenue and North Franklin Town Road. It was just before 2 o'clock yesterday morning. On the scene there, officers found a man who had been shot multiple times. He was pronounced dead at the scene.
Short time later, police said 2 men, ages 22 and 23, arriving at the hospital with gunshot wounds. Officers said the victims were also shot in that same area.
Now, a spotlight is being held over the victims of violence. The Public Safety and Government Operations Committee will be holding an oversight hearing along with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which is known as MONSE, and the Baltimore Police Department.
Olivia Dance joining us live right now from downtown Baltimore with what's expected to come out of this meeting. Olivia?
Well, that's right, Tom and Megan. The meeting will be at 2 this afternoon at City Hall, and members of law enforcement and several city leaders will be there. And during the meeting, a report released by the Department of Justice National Public Safety Partnership Program will be discussed. Now, the team responsible for the report was tasked with developing an understanding of the existing services offered for victims of crime in Baltimore. And that report identified 4 areas of focus, which include the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety-led activities, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement-led activities, or MONSE, and the Police Department-led activities centered around the expansion of the Victims Services Unit, and then lastly, PSP-led activities. And leaders from all 4 of those agencies will be at the meeting this afternoon, so it'll definitely be interesting to see if any major changes are made based on that PSP report. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. And now Mackenzie Frost has done extensive research in the MONSE program, specifically Safe Streets. You can read more on those investigations right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
New statistics from the FBI show Baltimore is not the only city seeing a rise in crime. Data from 2021 shows the entire nation is seeing this. The report shows murders climbed more than 4.4%, 4.3% to be exact last year, with an estimated 23,000 in the U.S. Crimes against seniors, take a look at that, up 10%. Some believe the numbers are really much higher than that because a recent change in reporting methods actually excludes data from the New York and Los Angeles police departments.
We want to have good answers, we want to have good data, but the sad reality is that this year's FBI report is not something that I think we can rely on to get a real sense of where things are.
Crime already front and center on the midterm election campaign trail. According to a new Politico poll, 3/4 of voters say violent crime is a major problem. 60% of them say it will impact how they vote.
9:35 and developing now. North Korea staging bombing drills, scrambling fighter jets over South Korea.
Taylor Stewart in our live center now with the latest tests coming from North Korea and the rapidly increasing tension there, Taylor.
I mean, that's right, Megan. We've seen things ramp up really quickly just this morning. Those bombing drills come hours after North Korea fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles. Now, this is the 6th short-range missile test in the last week. The first one flying 200 miles, the second one flying 500 miles, both of them landing in North Korea's eastern waters. This morning, the Pentagon deploying the USS to South Korea in what the military is calling a move to demonstrate the allies' firm will to counter North Korea's nuclear threats.
We have made it clear to Kim Jong-un we're willing to sit down with no preconditions. We want to see the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. He hasn't shown an inclination to move in that direction, and quite frankly, he's moving in the opposite direction.
Now, a few hours ago, North Korea's foreign minister released a statement calling the deployment of the ship a serious threat to the stability of the situation there in the Korean Peninsula. We will continue to follow this for you as it develops here at the Live Center. Tom, Megan.
That credit card debt, have you stressed out? I'm Liz Bonus. You're not alone. How to know when it's actually making you sick? It's just ahead.
The sun is back in Baltimore. How long we can expect it to stay is the question. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is breaking it all down for us in her full Weather Authority forecast. Time now 9:37. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. In this morning's Health Watch, it's estimated that the average person right now carries about $6,200 worth of credit card debt.
Well, as medical reporter Liz Bonus explains, if that number keeps climbing, it could actually make you sick.
Hey there, everybody. The credit card debt depression link, as it's called, is a newer term that researchers say can tell you if you are actually at risk for health problems due to debt. Researchers found as short-term debt grows, symptoms of depression and potentially other health problems grow too.
It's one of the reasons primary care specialist Dr. Stephen Cleve says in his practice he's started to ask patients about more than just, why are you here?
We all know that if we take a little more time, get into maybe not what they're there for, but other issues. How's your life? What's going on? How's your family? There's a lot of medical need that can be met by addressing those types of conversations.
And when those conversations turn to concern about money, a study in social science and medicine found bad debt leads to bad health. Those who report high financial debt also report higher stress and depression levels, higher blood pressure levels, and worse health overall.
Absolutely. It's one of those things, like you said, cost of everything is going up. And so we see a lot more people using those credit cards to pay for things.
Wendy Vatty-Hattert says making minimum payments can help ease some of the credit card stress, but so can something else.
Is when you're making those purchases, stop and ask yourself, is this something that if I had to take the money out of my wallet, I would pay for right now? If it's not, maybe don't make that credit card purchase.
The most common credit card problems to try and resolve to reduce your credit card debt depression link: carrying a balance, using most or all of your credit limit, taking cash advances, and making late payments.
And then you want to make sure that you get help from a professional. We do have some options. Doing a balance transfer might be an option for you. Getting a home equity line of credit to consolidate debt is a great option. The interest rates are low and payments are very flexible.
She says just like with other health habits, small changes can have big payoffs. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. He sits, he stays, and wait for it. Oh, you're going to see he scores. How a cute canine stole the bases in the spotlight from the Mets and the Nationals.
Education under fire. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. A closer look at what some argue educators should be teaching more of in the classroom.
9:45 and happening now. America's education system coming under fire, especially from parents who say public schools, are not teaching the basics.
Angela Brown with the National Desk interviewed a college professor who put this story to the test.
We talked to Nicholas Giordano, a political science professor at Suffolk Community College. He's been teaching for nearly 20 years. Most of his students are straight out of high school, and he says they often lack a basic knowledge of American government and the Constitution. We the people of the United States, the first line of the preamble to the U.S. Constitution, ingrained in the American psyche. Over the years, political science professor Nicholas Giordano begins the semester with this question.
How many of you have read the Constitution? And there was no show of hands.
Each semester, Professor Giordano gives his students a citizenship exam, asking basic questions like, who's the Speaker of the House? Which branch of government has the power to declare war? He says the overwhelming majority of students failed the exam.
How can you say that government should or shouldn't do anything if you don't know how the government actually operates, the mechanics of government, and who's responsible for what in government?
While this may seem like an exercise in shaming, some say it exposes a deeper problem. Educators focusing on the wrong thing in the classroom as we face challenges like teacher shortages.
We are doing things so backwards. We are starting with buildings and people as opposed to students and education. And until we get that right, we're not going to see scores go beyond the 30% of proficiency that we have now.
The nation's report card found only 24% of graduating seniors are proficient in civics, 12% U.S. history. This year, Giordano gave his students Chapter 1 of the Russian Federation Constitution, took out references to Russia, and passed it off as the American Constitution. The majority of his students didn't question it.
And so the point of the exercise is just because someone in an authority position is telling you something, don't take it as if it's fact.
Professor Giordano says the students who do the best on his citizenship test are usually immigrants. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
9:47, we continue following the aftermath of Hurricane Ian.
Residents of Pine Island, Florida are keeping their spirits up despite the extensive damage to their homes, their businesses, and their community after Hurricane Ian hit the area last week.
You can imagine thousands are still without electricity, water, and fuel. As you can see what's left over here. Many just feel lucky to be alive, though. Emergency responders, utility personnel have been working around the clock to clear the roads, restore power, and try and rescue anyone who may still be trapped.
Here's a look at what Florida's Division of Emergency Management has accomplished so far. Check it out. More than 34 million bottles of water have been distributed, 9 million meals, at least 500 generators have been installed, and more than 1.4 million gallons of fuel are now available.
Maryland Task Force 1 is also on the ground in Florida, helping neighborhoods in the southwest part of that state. The crews include first responders from Montgomery and Howard counties. In an interview with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C., one of the task force members says the resiliency of the people in Florida is an inspiration for their entire crew.
My neighbor's one of them. They're there indefinitely for as long as they need them, too. Just unsure of when they're going to return home. Meantime, here at home, Delmarva Beach is being hit hard from the storm surge.
Yeah, on the top right, you can see the erosion at Rehoboth Beach. You see that right there? Those are those sand dunes that are now complete cliffs. They were created when those dunes were damaged by all the water hitting. The slope is now about the top of, well, taller than most of us.
Yeah, pretty much. The bottom right there, we can see a live look from Rehoboth Beach this morning. It looks absolutely beautiful, but we know crews have been busy trying to clear the sand and starting to recover here. Finally, now that it's nice and they can get out there.
Yeah, getting away from that rainy weather, the gloomy weather, looking bright right now. And Jasmine, yeah, you're really green. Oh, there we go. All right, I was going to say, you're looking pretty green there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been such a lovely morning. We started off in the 50s, but the last few days, that's where high temperatures have been. So we're already off to a much better start than we have been over the past few days. Over Towson, temperatures sit at 61 with mostly cloudy skies, and winds at this time are light out of the west. Across the state, those numbers in the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s. We have a little more sunshine as we look towards southern Maryland, even the eastern shore and western Maryland, but we'll have some more sunshine as we head into the afternoon. It looks like it's going to be another fantastic day, but temperatures today reach the mid to upper 70s. That's keeping us above average. A nice change after we spent over a week with below average numbers. Now we have high pressure building over the region, keeping us nice and dry. Expect a little more sunshine as we head into the afternoon. And then tomorrow, even more sunshine. But behind that high pressure system, our next weather maker will be a cold front. As we head into the afternoon, we'll have a few passing clouds. Then as we make our way into the evening, it looks nice and dry and good for your commute home. Overnight, those clouds begin to clear and we'll wake up to plenty of sunshine tomorrow morning. Temperatures again start off in the 40s and the 50s, but notice that blue cold front starting to work its way into the state. That will pass as we head into the afternoon and evening. We'll stay dry and we'll stay warm ahead of that cold front, but behind it, that cooler air does begin to rush in. So over the next few hours, temperatures go from the 60s to the mid to upper 70s as we head into the afternoon. It will be a lovely day to eat outside for lunch. We'll have a mix of sunshine and clouds. Then this evening, it still looks pretty nice. So if you're heading to the pumpkin patch, you are in the green to go. Temperatures around 74 at 5 p.m. Those numbers gradually fall to the mid 60s by 8 p.m. So you may need a jacket or sweater. Otherwise, it looks great this evening and tomorrow evening, too, if you can't get to the pumpkin patch today. High temperatures once again, 77 tomorrow. We'll have even more sunshine. Then we have that cold front, and behind that, we're still staying dry. We'll have lots of sunshine over the weekend, but we stay in the 60s. Next week, we return to the 70s by the middle of the week. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Jasmine. Also trending now, this guy was a spotlight of the game when New York, we're not talking about Aaron Judge and the $2 million ball that landed. This is the New York Mets. They were taking on the Washington Nationals Tuesday. Look at that catch. I don't know if he actually caught it or maybe somebody just gave it to him. Francisco Lindor went back-to-back on Brandon Nimmo. Yeah, not bad.
All morning I thought it was awesome, but why is there a dog in the ballpark? Was it bark in the park that, sometimes they allow
maybe
it?
because there's two dogs. I saw another dog there. Yeah.
It just dawned on me, why is there a dog there? People on
Mets
Twitter
need help.
Maybe they're trying to get more fans out there. Everyone's saying that dog is the real MVP. I think many of us agree. Pretty interesting to see the pups out there.
Yeah.
Well, taking a live look over Camden Yards now, where we have a lot to celebrate. The Baltimore Orioles finishing up their 2022 season on a high note. A winning season here, guys. The O's taking on the Toronto Blue Jays yesterday. We had a doubleheader. Both teams won a game each, resulting in a split, obviously. The O's finished the year with an 83-79 record. A vast, huge improvement from the last 5 seasons.
That's right. In fact, speaking of the last 6 seasons, take a look at this. The Orioles baseball, 100 lost seasons in 2021, 2019, 2018. Remember, 2021, they were the last place in all Major League Baseball. 2016, last time the Birds made the playoffs. O's fans and the team, they're hoping they can break the 6-year drought come 2023 season and start playing a little bit longer into October.
I feel good about it.
I
Not
do
just
too.
trying to be optimistic, but actually
Young
hope.
players, and they're playing really well.
Yeah. All right, well, stay with us here this morning because when we come back, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, she's going to have something pretty special, an exclusive 10-day forecast.
Ooh, sounds pretty special.
9:53 on Good Day Baltimore.
It is absolutely beautiful over the harbor this morning. Temperatures are starting in the 60s. That's where our high temperatures were yesterday afternoon. So we're already starting off a little bit warmer this morning. We're hitting the 70s this afternoon. Finally, the return of those warmer temperatures. 77 for the high today and tomorrow. Yeah, upper 70s. It's going to be great. We'll have sunshine tomorrow, then a cold front, and it's back to the 60s over the weekend. 67 on Sunday. It will be a little bit chilly for the night game. Then as we head into the rest of the week, temperatures stay in the 60s and 70s, but will cool back down by the second half of the week.
Does the air conditioner just blow right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
At the smart
I mean, like, it's like cool over here.
I know.
Okay.
Enjoy the sunshine. Have a great day, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Where is it coming from, though? Like, why is it right here?